Welcome to Tormore Reserve for the 2023 EFNL Division 1 Senior Grand Final between South Belgrave and Mitcham. The Saints looking to complete not only an undefeated season but 3 consecutive premierships, whilst the Tigers aim to win their first premiership since 2019. All the action live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, plus streaming on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Wood, joined for the next bit of pre-game by Wayne Brasher and Dylan Smith. Brash, it's always great to come out here to Tormore Reserve and watch some Division 1 action, and on the biggest stage of them all too, isn't it?
It is, and it just doesn't matter whether it's rain, hail or shine. It's grand final day. It doesn't matter what grade it is. You just get caught up in the emotion, and it's such a fantastic day for local football and the community in general. And once again, we've got another edition of it this afternoon, and an interesting game nonetheless set down for discussion.
We do indeed. And Dill, you've been a busy man today. You've had it called the Under-19s Grand Final, and now you're on pre-game and doing boundary today as well. So I'm sure you're pretty keen for some more senior action today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, pleasantly surprised by the weather. We had an absolute horror show of a day yesterday, so I thought we might have been in for something like that, but the weather's come good. Under-19s Grand Final.
I was a bit worried there, 6 o'clock yesterday morning.
Yeah.
A howling gale, 120 kilometres an hour. It's rain. I'm thinking, gee, if it's like this tomorrow, 4 goals to 2 grand final.
Yeah.
Couldn't get any worse.
Yeah.
But look, the gods are smiling on us here.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable, and pretty much echoing what you said, Brash. Just keen for finals footy. There's a big crowd here, a big turnout.
Yeah.
That just gets you up and about for it.
There's about 1,000 people here for the under-19s this morning, so that's a really good sign. And Beaconsfield in the under-19s duly saluted, which is a really good. It's a really good story for the Beaconsfield Football Club, Josh.
Yeah, it was 8-6-54 to 2-4-16, and I think it was Ethan Winterton that was given best on ground for Beaconsfield. So the first premiership for Beaconsfield since coming across to the EFNL last year, and it's a great achievement for them. We've got another classic in the reserves. There were classics last week in Division 3 and 4, and we've got one out here. Wantirna South still do lead 7-4-46. Just kicked a goal, and Mitcham up 5-3-33. 12 minutes into the third quarter, but Neil Winterton will be joining us pretty shortly on pre-game at around 1:25, whilst Luke Galley will join pretty much after him. But let's just touch on Mitcham, Dill, because they've started to hit some form in finals. They played their first grand final since 2019, that famous 2019 Division 2 grand final where they were able to knock over Ringwood by 2 points, and they've continued their improvement since joining Division 1. And well, if they get a premiership here, the improvement throughout the last 3 seasons will be complete for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a pretty good story. You know, they had to come from, it's probably a lapse late season, wasn't there, with their form a little bit. They dropped a couple of games, but you know, you go through and you look at the way they play and the stars that they've got in that lineup, and I think it is fitting that they have made the grand final, and they certainly were in the top 2 best teams throughout the season. I think there's a lot of stars in that lineup, and I think if you were South Belgrave, you certainly would have been wanting to avoid Mitcham coming into this grand final with some of the players they've got, especially the likes of Tom Lovell and Uran and the Halo brothers. So I think it's going to be a fantastic grand final, and as you said, Mitcham just hitting form at the right time.
Yeah, and all those stars and all those players too, they've pretty much run through the midfield this season. Lovell has just been phenomenal in ruck and swung up forward. Brash, Nick Hallow, he had an injury earlier in the season but has continued to show why he's one of the best players in the competition, alongside his brother Jackson, Jesse Uren, Jesse Cherry as well. That midfield is going to be so key today for them.
Well, it is, and actually it's good, and I've had a look at I've examined the Mitcham side, and I'm going to be interested because I'm going to ask Neil Winterton a particular question about this side. But for me, looking at it on paper, I think this is the best side, I think, in my opinion, that Mitcham are putting on the park today, and it's taken them to grand final day, and I guess that's exactly how you want it. You want your best side on the ground on grand final day. You take what comes throughout the season, injury, inconsistency of form, but I reckon if I was coach and I was asked, this exact question, I'd be happy with the 22 going out, Josh.
Yeah, I'd be very happy. The only one that's really missing is Bailey Cowman, and I think he's on holiday or away and gone obviously for the rest of the season. So it's a bit. He had a really good start to the season up forward in the absence of Jake Parenti, and if he was there alongside Parenti, who has come back the last couple of weeks, Cam Persas, all those midfielders can kick goals. Brash. That
being said, Josh, I'd still, as good as Cowman's been, I'd still have Parenti in there, and the main reason is because he's going to take one of their best defenders.
Do we think that's a little bit of a danger, though, having to rush someone back into the finals like that?
No.
Could it cause some disharmony within the team or anything like that, do you think?
Not if it's someone like a Jake Parenti, just because he's a class above at his best. He kicked, I think it was 74 goals last year. He's a two-time or three-time leading goal kicker in the division, and you're bringing back a player as well who has VFL experience.
If he was an outsider to the club, Dylan, where he hasn't been around, Parenti's been around Mitcham for a long time, so it's not like that they would always welcome him back with open arms. And I think really, in essence, this is the game, that really Mitcham do need him for. Forget about whatever's happened throughout the year. If there was one game that you'd want him available for, it's this game.
Yeah.
Regardless if he's played 3 games, he might have had good form where he is. And don't forget, I suppose in the old horse racing parlance, he's been playing in better grades.
Yeah.
So you can't help but feel that he's going to come back and add something, a little bit of poise or a little bit of class when it's needed, a bit more time, with the pill. So, I mean, look, there's fors and against, but look, for me, it's all pluses here.
I think you make a good point too there, with just the fact that he knows the club really well. He knows the DNA, so you're not bringing a stranger into the lineup. You're bringing someone that knows the club really well.
Yes, we are now joined by the coach of the Mitcham Football Club in Neil Winterton. Neil, thanks for jumping on pre-game ahead of what is another massive day for the club.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
And just how has the build-up been this week, with obviously the reserves playing at the moment and yourselves playing together for the first time, I think, since that 2019 Grand Final? It must mean for an exciting build-up.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It always helps when you get both teams in there, mates. It makes training that little bit more excitable, I suppose. You get 50-odd blokes out on the track. So, yeah, we're really excited to have both teams in the Grand Final today.
And what have you made of this season so far? You've continued to improve as you've... obviously, 2021, you finished 6th when the season came to an end. Last year, you made a prelim, and now you're into a Grand Final. Do you feel like it's a successful season, just given you've continued that improvement?
Yeah, I think, obviously, you want to progress each year and get a little bit better. As you said, we made the prelim last year and came up short, so obviously the next step is to try and make it into the Grand Final, which we've been able to do. So, look, if we lose today, is it a successful season? I won't give you an answer on that. I prefer to win, so I'll say no if we lose.
Yeah, look, that leads me to my question, Neil. At the start of the season, you're thinking 22 weeks ahead.
Yep.
You're looking at the side that you're putting on the park.
Yep.
Is this the side that you envisaged 22 weeks ago that you would like to have on the field coming in on a Grand Final day?
Things swap and change throughout the year, of course.
Taking into consideration injuries, inconsistent form, but I looked at the amount of players. You had 30-odd players come through the list.
Yep.
And I personally think that this is about the best side, I reckon, that you've got on the park.
It is, mate. Yeah, we're pretty fortunate at the moment. We don't have any... I mean, we do have some injuries, of course, every team does, but we're relatively healthy. It is as good a team as we could put out there. We lost Bailey Cowman halfway through the year when he went overseas, but apart from that, we got Jake Parenti back last week, which is obviously a huge inclusion for us, and he'll be better for the run for last week, and it is, mate. It's as good a team as we can put out there.
Yeah, after the preliminary final, and like I said, before you've actually spoken to your lieutenants and all the people that would help you select that side, did you honestly feel that this was going to be as best as you're going to get it?
Yeah,
personally?
look, the way we played last week, there wasn't any real need to change the team.
No.
Unless, we did have Campazaz was under a little bit of an injury cloud with a hamstring injury, but he got through training fine. So, yeah, look, given the way we played and the way everyone performed last week, there was really no need to make any changes.
One of the things I've been really impressed is, and as the season's progressed, is getting the Halos, the Cherries, the Barton Smiths, that running brigade of yours, and led by Jesse Uren. How important, I think, with the ground being a little bit greasy this afternoon, this sort of plays into their hands a little bit because they can get in and under? Yeah,
I think so, mate. We think our midfield's a real strength of ours. Obviously, South Belgrave have an absolutely outstanding forward line with Smith and Garner down there, so we need to get on top through the midfield, through all those guys that you mentioned. They've had really good seasons. Getting Barton Smith back in the last game of the year, our best and fairest winner from last year, was obviously really handy, and he's worked his way back into some really good form. Last week was his best game since he joined the team. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what our mids can produce today.
Yeah, Neil, I was really intrigued looking at your preliminary final last week. I've sort of seen you as more of a clearance team this season.
Yeah.
Being really good in that area. You score about 50-50 clearance and turnover.
You're going to tell me we scored 89% from turnovers, aren't you?
I'm going to ask. The question I have is, was that by design, or did it sort of just happen in the game?
Look, you're always encouraging your players to apply as much pressure as possible, and the easiest way to score is from turnover, because generally the opposition are out of position and you can score a lot easier. As you said, generally we score pretty well from stoppages, which can be a bit more tougher to do. But it certainly, going into the game, we didn't say let's score 89% from turnover. But I think it was just a hallmark of our pressure. Like, I've been sort of encouraging the guys throughout the year. Our tackle count has been relatively low for most of the year, when like in seasons past it's been pretty good. But in our first final, I think we had 120 tackles, and then last week we had 90 odd. And in the conditions last week, that's an outstanding number. So and that's something we obviously have to back up again today. If we allow South Belgrave to have clean ball movement through the midfield and get it into Smith and Gardner and their forwards, our backs are going to be in for a pretty long day. So mate, if we can score 89% again from turnover, I think we're going to go pretty well.
Back on that clearance facet that has been so strong for you, do you think that is the area of the ground against South Belgrave where you can beat them?
Yeah, we have to. Like, it's as simple as that. If we're losing through the midfield, it's going to be really difficult to win the game. So that's certainly an area that we've spoken about getting on top in for us to win today.
Last time you played them, Neil, you really ran them for 3 quarters up at South Belgrave. Obviously, maybe the fitness and conditioning might have run out. If you compare the fitness levels heading into this grand final compared to the last time, do you think there's been some development there which may be able to keep you in that game longer in the last quarter?
Yeah, I think so. It's always tough to put your finger on why you get overrun in a quarter. I don't think, just rewatching it, I don't think it was necessarily a fitness thing. Their ground's pretty small, so it wasn't as if they were running all over us. They just probably got control around the stoppages, which makes them really dangerous forward to centre. So we had a massive pre-season, and then did a little mini pre-season, which was not pre-season, but a little running block in the back half of the finals, which we're probably in the middle of doing when we played South Belgrave last time. So we're confident that the work we put in pre-season and through the season will hold us in really good stead today.
And finally, Neil, going back to the preliminary final last week, obviously getting over Montrose has been a bit of a mental hurdle for you.
For sure.
Do you think now that you've overcome that mental hurdle, that set you up mentally for a tilt at this mob?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, as you said, I think Montrose had beaten us the last 6 times. I think that we'd played them. Obviously, we'd gotten close the previous 2 times by a goal out on their ground and then a point in extra time in that first final. So I think you're right. Maybe that getting across the line last week will give the boys some real confidence, and just the way we played. I mean, I think that was probably our best game for the season, and to be able to do that in a prelim final will give us a lot of confidence going into today's game.
And just one final one from me as well. Obviously, you've got those players from that 2019 premiership as well, and some new players that have come across, like Alex Barnes-Smith, Tom Lovell, all players that have played key roles this season. How crucial will those players that were part of that premiership be for today?
Yeah, for sure. They've obviously been on this stage. A lot of those guys had unbelievably successful junior careers. When they were playing at Ferntree Gully, they won 6 grand finals in a row or something like that. So they live for these sort of days. So I'd expect, Jess Rand and Jesse Smythe and all those guys to really stand up today. This is why they play footy. They love grand final day, and I'm looking forward to see what they can do for us.
Not a bad track record for them, that's for sure.
Nah, it's not too bad at all.
Well, Neil, we really appreciate you jumping on pre-game. We better let you go before what is a big contest out here. Good luck for today.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you to Neil Winterton. He's a man I always enjoy chat. He's always worth a chat, and he was a terrific player. He's become a terrific coach, hasn't he, Brash?
He's one of the... We're very lucky to have a Neil Winterton in our competition. We've got some fantastic coaches, and he's one of them. I could sit there and talk to him, right, over a cold ale in a fireplace up at a Linda, right, all night, and he give you something. And I think he's right. I think for me today, the one thing that I think Mitcham have significantly, for me, it was that mental hurdle last week, and I don't think we can. I really don't think that we can undersell that, because of the fact that, look, South Belgrave have been the hunted. They've been the hunted really for 2 years, and look, some sides that they can wear that tag quite well, and then all right, they've had it over Mitcham this season, but look, sometimes it takes it takes sometimes to break a hoodoo to break another hoodoo. You know? And these two, and look, as Neil said, they've got, Mitcham have infinitely got closer to South Belgrave than any other side this year. So why? It's almost like they come into this grand final with why not? It's a why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Why not? We can't. Why not? Can't we beat South Belgrave? We can beat South Belgrave. They're a group of players.
And I think if you look across to these teams that we've had that have been sort of invincible or, not lost many games, we've got Baronia, we've got the Don Bales, we've got the South Belgraves. South Belgrave haven't lost a game, which is, an unbelievable achievement for them, but they haven't done it. They haven't sort of smashed teams every week. There's been a lot of close margins and things like that. And I think Mitcham will take a lot from that, and they'll feel like they can really get at this team today with especially as you said, what they've been able to bring back into the side during this final series.
Yeah, I look, and the thing is, look, you just can't, look, for us, you just can't undersell, Dylan, that grand final days. Look, there are a lot of South Belgrave players that have been out there, they've played in grand final, so it's not like that it's that this game is going to be any new to them. The fact that they know how to win, right, that's something that's inbuilt. And I think also too, what also helps South Belgrave in the fact that is they have self-belief, Josh, right, that they can, no matter what position they've been in the last 2 years, they've been able, right, to overcome those difficulties and still win games of football. Mitcham are just still starting, have had to fight really, really hard in some circumstances as well. And the results haven't gone their way. But sometimes you just need a bit of luck. You just need a bit of luck.
And you're talking about wins for South Belgrave. They've put together quite an imposing record under Luke Elliott, whose final game is today. 64 wins and 7 losses.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal. That's a phenomenal coaching.
It really is.
It's a terrific across 3 divisions as well. Division 3, Division 2, and now Division 1. It's quite remarkable.
And it means that they're going to take some beating. But if we do fast forward to the game and say, obviously Mitcham are the heavy underdogs, what's a more likely scenario of them winning the game? Do they get off to a good start and put some scoreboard pressure on South Belgrave, or is it a snatch and grab and they get them at the end?
I think it's a good start.
Look, I think we've seen so far in the grand finals that even though last Sunday's game was a little bit of an anomaly, but I think that the way these finals have actually shown is that the first quarters have basically become the most important quarter in finals football this particular season. There's enough evidence to suggest that if you win the first quarter, you're going to be able to control the contest and get the game on your terms.
I think even the AFL is probably a good example of that. You saw Collingwood on Thursday night, the way they just played the scoreboard, didn't they?
Yeah.
They won that first quarter, and it was all Melbourne after that, but it didn't really matter.
I guess the other thing too is where look, I think Baglava, where South Belgrave could be a little bit vulnerable is in the ruck.
Yeah.
Baglava's come across from Bourne in the last couple of seasons, so he's gonna be a presence. I honestly feel that where I think South Belgrave could be vulnerable is that mosquito feed of Mitcham in that midfield.
Oh, absolutely.
If the ground was dry, right, I think it would negate, but I think the fact that South Belgrave have only played one game, and this ground is particularly greasy. Now, if you're a highly skilled side, right, and you're used to, hitting the target, these sort of conditions can bring that pinpoint game undone. And that's where you're going to really have runners, right, that can get in and under to farm the ball out, because sometimes it's not about being able to. You've got to, sometimes in these conditions, gents, you've got to kick the ball into a position where a player might be able to run onto it. It's sometimes not necessarily having to hit that target 100% of the time.
Definitely not. And they do have the players that can still hit those targets in any conditions, like those Jesse Urens, Alex Barnes-Smiths, and I feel like someone like a Nick Hallow in particular can thrive on this ground, just because he'd be pretty familiar with it in Division 2 recent history. Obviously, South Belgrave played a couple of times out here, but I just feel like those players in particular could definitely thrive out here. But we'll see what happens, bro.
You're right. I think Mitcham, like I said, they've put a good case. They've put their credentials right on the line this afternoon to make the grand final. But on the other side of the fence, we've got to talk about the side, right, that really we haven't spoken about yet, and we need to put some time into them now. South Belgrave have been the benchmark in this competition for not only this year, right, and to be honest with you, that was the story for me at the start of this season was how were they going to cope with the rise into First Division, and whether they were going to be competitive. And blow me down,
they've done pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's not bad, because I think most of us were thinking mid-table maybe for them, but it's quite remarkable.
It is, and the fact is that there's probably, like Neil Winton said with his side, I think looking at Luke's side as well, there would have been only two other players going by the list that have played in senior football this year for them. Elliot Treegard, and unfortunately for South Belgrave, Damien Garner got injured last week in the second semi-final and hasn't come up. So those are two players that would probably have been.
Yeah.
I would say Damien Garner would have definitely been in this 22 this afternoon.
Oh yeah, he would have been, because he's been so key for them.
So they've brought in Morrison and Trent Castledine, and both of those are, I know Castledine's an AFL listed type player. So I mean, does he give you the same output that Damien Garner does? I don't know.
Are they like for like?
I don't think so.
No, I feel like Garner can do work both in the air and on the ground. He's a bit of an X factor, whilst Trent Castledine, he's good in the air. I'm not too sure about his ground skills, but he does have experience on a VFL list with Box Hill Hawks a while back, and obviously at the top with Vermont not that long ago, so there is that experience still there.
You know, the funny thing is, I sit back and I look at South Belgrave, and I sort of like been waiting all year for them to flick the switch and come out and absolutely obliterate a side on a Saturday afternoon, and it hasn't happened this year. But then you look at who's going to be the game breaker in this game, and I look at both the sides, and there really is only one player, right, in both these sides that can that can really swing the game. And he can, and that bloke is the captain of South Belgrave, Tim Smith, because I've seen him in years gone by turn a game on a sixpence within 5 minutes. I've seen him have 6-7 possessions and kick 4 goals, and basically that's the end of the contest. I just sort of feel like that he's one of those players that you can't tag.
No.
He's untaggable. He runs. I think he gets carte blanche. I honestly, whilst I think he fits in with the structure that Luke has, I still think he has carte blanche when he goes on the ground.
And that's what worries me about this contest, because Brash, you mentioned where Mitcham can get on top in the midfield, but South Belgrave have that mosquito fleet, or if you'd like to call it that, inside forward 50.
Yep.
And they're coming up against the Mitcham side. I mentioned this on the podcast, that the 8th best back 6 at locking down on forwards. And when you get a combination of a forward line that's like South Belgrave's up against a defence like Mitcham's, they could be in for a really rough day.
They could be. We'll continue this discussion after our first ad break, and we will be joined hopefully by Luke Galliot soon. But you're listening to the EFNL Division 1 Senior Grand Final between South Belgrave and Mitcham.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
The EFNL Division 1 Senior Grand Final out here at Toolmore Reserve between South Belgrave and Mitcham. And we're now immediately joined after the first break by the South Belgrave Football Netball Club coach in Luke Galliot. Luke, thanks for jumping on pre-game ahead of another massive day for the club.
Yeah, welcome. Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me on again. And, obviously, there's nothing like finals footy and grand final day. It's, it's the best there is, isn't it? So
it is. And let's just talk about this season in general. Did you have hope at the start of the season that you would have this strong of a season, go undefeated again, in it going up another level?
It's a fair question. I think, without sounding cocky, I think we were pretty confident we were going to be able to compete at the level. I don't think the gap is as big as, perhaps say the next one. We were pretty bullish about what we've done and sort of been involved in, like with Upper Gully a few years back and things like that, and looking at the team that sort of we have now compared to that even, and I thought we'd be, pretty bullish about where we're going to get to. So grand final, you always aim as high as you can, and lucky enough we're here. So,
Luke, after the second semi-final, you probably would have had time to sit back and analyse the season so far. Heading into this game, before you'd spoken to your coaches and the people that you needed to make the informed decision about the grand final side, would you have picked this side on paper? Would this be the side that you would have gone into a grand final with?
Obviously Damien hurt himself.
Yeah.
That's one that was taken out of our hands, and then Elliot, he was sore as well. So we sort of, being a big game, we sort of took that decision out of his hands a little bit. But I think you go back to Will Bromley and Spencer Richards-West, and I think those guys, hurt themselves in the last sort of 2 to 6 weeks. I think those two boys would have certainly been a part of this group, but but it is what it is, and our depth's pretty good, and the 22 that we're playing today, we've played a heap of senior footy throughout the year, and we're more than comfortable with the side that we'll present today.
Do we sort of overplay the significance of going up a grade in terms of the pressure and the quality of player, Luke?
I think potentially. I think if you looked at Bronya, I don't think they'd have any troubles playing in this division. You know what I mean? They'd be playing finals footy for sure from what I can see. So yeah, I just think it depends which division it is. You know what I mean? I think the next one's probably a jump, but then East Ring would have probably made it look pretty easy too at times. So yeah.
So would you consider though? So over the years, if you took the COVID years and a natural progression of other players coming down through the top grades and through to the bottom grades, do you think that gap's closed?
I think with the salary cap and the things like that are coming to play, definitely the gap's closed. You know what I mean? Yep. And us as a footy club, we've had a huge focus on getting in kids from the Listerfield Junior Footy Club, which we've got 6 guys that are 20 or under representing today from that group or from that footy club, and then there's 3 or 4 mates that are probably from Ferntree Gully, to be honest, that have come across with them. So we're doing it with a young group that we're trying to build from underneath, and that's what we're sort of most proud of. Albeit we won't shy away from getting guys like Tim Smith and Taylor Garner and Mitch Garner into your footy club. They
you have to have them.
Help, you know what I mean? But
you got to have them.
Yeah, but I think what we're doing is on the back of our the junior pathway that we've created, and we want to continue that path, and that'll hold us in good stead for a long term. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, Luke, you would have been sitting back last week watching the prelim final between Mitcham and Montrose. With the star quality that Mitcham have just in their top-end talent, were you a bit more worried about playing them this week, and you would have preferred Montrose coming to the grand final?
To answer your question, yes. And this is no disrespect against Montrose, and I've got a lot of friends there. I think they looked almost done, if that makes sense. I think after not getting over the line against us, when I think at three-quarter time perhaps they thought they were going to, I think that would have mentally deflated them. And then I know they had some injuries as well, and that was starting to test their depth, and clearly Mitcham doesn't have that issues, with what's going on out in front of us. So I was expecting to play Mitcham, to be honest. It probably played out exactly how I thought it would last week. So I'm not really surprised. We sort of prepared for both, but probably in the back of our minds we'd be playing Mitcham today. So yeah.
We've talked a lot about your forward line and the quality in there. What about for Mitcham? Which area of the ground do you guys as a coaching group sit back and think this could hurt us?
Yeah, I think their forward line's still pretty strong too. Obviously, Parente is going to be a little bit underdone, so I'm not sure he's going to kick 5 on us or anything like that, but he'll still have an impact and someone we have to respect. And, there are other guys that go forward. Lachlan's dangerous. Persis is a good young player that's starting to, find his way. And then you've got, Smythe and things like that who can do anything. So, and then they rotate their forwards. So their mids forward, so they can certainly hurt us on the scoreboard. And then their rucks obviously do a good job rucking half forward as well. But their midfield's their key. And I think if we can shut that down today and limit their drive off half back with our pressure, and I think we're going to be right in the game.
Do you think their back six in a lockdown defensive sense is a bit of a weakness for them?
I think potentially that I wouldn't want to underestimate them or disrespect them. I think they've got May back there now, who hadn't played parts of the year, and May's certainly one of the better key backs. He can play anywhere, to be honest, but he's one of the better key backs in the comp, so that'll certainly strengthen them up. He did a good job last week, and he'll play on Tim or Taylor. I'm not sure which one. Probably Tim, being a little bit higher up the ground, but and then they've got some other role players down there and some guys that can give them some good ball use out of there, so they're still dangerous. We've got to respect them, but marking, if we can get good entries and get some good one-on-ones, our guys are going to be certainly hard to stop.
One player that we've admired all season for them is Tom Lovell. Do you have a match-up for him or someone that can go to him to curb his influence?
I think Tom's going to have an influence at some stage. He's such a good player because he's so dynamic. He's he obviously can ruck and play centre forward, but his ground ball stuff is as good as you see as a tall. You know what I mean? So he's really a bit of a dual threat. But look, we'll just play a straight bat in the ruck with Mitch, and then Ty Lou will probably play on the two resting rucks when they go forward. He'll hopefully around centre half back. But if they play deeper, then we'll probably change that role as well. So he's certainly one that we have to nullify. But I think we can do that.
Luke, Bartels has had an outstanding season for you. 15 times in your best six. He seems like that he's gone up another level this year. Yeah,
he's one of my favourites, Shawnee, and I was shattered to see he didn't make the team of the year. Noms, I don't know how. He's actually won our best and fairest, so I think that says a fair bit about Sean and how good a player he is. He's just so dynamic, and he's one that I've loved having in my time at the footy club. And he's had injuries all the years, literally all bad injuries, 8-10 week sort of jobs, and this is it's the first time he's played every game, and what a reward for him, and he'll play really well today.
I just got to ask the question about Tim Smith. I know he sort of works with you in your structure, but do you implicitly trust him, right, when he's on ground to make a decision where he sees fit, where he needs to interject?
Yeah, you're asking me if I coach Tim Smith, and the answer's no. And the same goes with Taylor Garner. So no, we let them do their own thing. They're senior guys that have played at the highest level, and they know what they're doing. So I look after the forwards, really, and probably the reason I do that is because I've got them there. So it's very passive for me to sort of, there's a few things we'll talk about and deal with. But no, Tim will do what he needs to do, and he'll play whatever part of the ground that needs to be. He'll play forward, and we'll be able to keep him forward today with our midfield group being intact. But
and finally, amongst us, we were just talking about him. Is he one of these players in the competition in general that you can't tag?
He's the best player in the whole EFNL. I've got no doubt about that, and that's I know we're playing a level down and all that sort of stuff, but Tim is the best part about Tim. He can do anything, and that's we talked about Lovell before and his ground ball stuff. Tim's ground ball stuff, his competitiveness, his pressure, his tackling, he's just brute, and then his aerial stuff. He's probably his kicking is his only weakness, if there is.
I think he's a better kick on the run.
Yeah, no, he'll get it done. You know what I mean? But he just he gets a lot of opportunities and doesn't always take them all. But he's just a special player. He really is. He's a perfect. I describe him as a perfect local player because he can sort of just do it all. So we're lucky to have Tim, and he'll play well today. I'm sure you know.
And just one final one from myself. Obviously, it's your last game as South Belgrave coach. Has it added to the occasion, or have you tried to keep it down as much as possible?
No. I think the boys will say that I'm sometimes not humble, but I like to think I am. So it's certainly not about me. It's just about driving the club forward. We were meeting. I was at the footy club this morning, meeting with under 17 kids from Listerfield. Trying to get them up through the pathway. So for me, the job's not done, and it's just me. I'll be just taking a backward step personally, and but still heavily involved in continuing to drive the club forward. So, whatever happens today, it is what it is. It'd be fantastic, but what I am confident about is my playing group playing extremely well today. And they do that most weeks, and today will be no exception. I assure you of that.
Oh, well, Luke, we really appreciate you jumping on pre-game. Can't wait to see the Saints, and congratulations on a terrific coaching career with South Belgrave as well. And thanks, and good luck for today as well. Hopefully, South Belgrave by the end of the day could be lifting up the premiership trophy once again.
We'll get it done, boys. Thank you.
Thank you to Luke Galliot there, who's been terrific with his time whenever we've seen South Belgrave throughout the years. And again, just a remarkable record. And
what was it, 73-7?
I think it was 64-7. Could be. So no matter what, he's going to.
There isn't too many coaches that can boast that sort of win-loss record on the EFNL.
No.
I can tell you now. And we've had some damn fine coaches in this in this league. That record is just a second to none.
It really is still.
I don't know about you guys, but just after talking to the coaches, I'm more buzzed now.
Oh yeah.
I think when you look at, and I think both you have a look at both the coaches today. They both genuinely, sometimes you can get a bit of a read on, whether we feel like we're just making up the numbers. But I think both sides, both coaches have genuine belief and have said so, and they really have put the case forward why their sides can win.
They both think their best is the best, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do.
They definitely are the best, particularly, and South Belgrave's best is quite remarkable. They just flick a switch and just can turn a game like a Tim Smith or a Taylor Garner-Brush.
Yeah, there's a couple of other players I'd like to talk about. For Liam Kidd's an absolute gun midfielder, along with Bartels. He's going to be equally as important. But one guy in the back line, right, that's had a stellar year also. And when the chips are down, he's a very cool, calculating sort of player, and that's Ryan Silver.
He's averaging 14 disposals a game and 6.9 rebound 50s per game as well as Ryan Silver. Put together a phenomenal season. I'm not too sure if he made the Team of the Year squad, which was obviously announced last night, but he has put together a remarkable season. And Liam Kidd as well is a two-time league best and fairest winner, won it in 2019 in Division 3 and 2021 in Division 2.
And he's had to come back from, we're talking about like injuries. Liam, he was saying that Bartels has had horrific injuries. Well, so has Liam Kidd as well. He's had to overcome some adversity too. I remember watching him, I think, in a Division 4 when he was captain in the Division 4 year that they won. And he was outstanding in the midfield. He's such a class player, and you can see that he's going to have his turn this afternoon to. He'll have a big say in how things happen this afternoon.
Oh, and that back six, just as a unit, it's just been so fantastic, haven't they? It's a bit underrated in a team that goes undefeated. You think about the attacking players, and because they've got the likes of Tim Smith and Taylor Garner, you concentrate on those players, but that back six is by far the best in the division.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're probably comparing the two sides, from an offensive point of view, they're pretty similar. That's if you wanted to compare them and say which one isn't doing the job, it's probably Mitcham's back six compared to the one of South Belgrave.
And Mitcham's back to six is quite talented, with Daniel, I think it's Huix or Wex that down there, Jackson Glossop, the co-captain, Josh Mayers, as Luke Elliott mentioned, he's a Viva listed defender, so there's plenty of talent. Just quickly, touching on the reserves, it was a 20-point victory in the end for Wantirna South, 10-7-67 to Mitcham, 7-5-47. So back-to-back for the Devils reserves, knocking over Mitcham in both occasions as well. So congratulations to them. But yeah, I think South Belgrade's defence is a lot more stronger, especially with Tyrese Lou back there, which I'm surprised he's predominantly played EFNL this season, just because he's got plenty of potential. He was playing consistent VFL footy the last 2 years, and with Eastern Rangers as well. You get a player like that into your back line, it just strengthens it.
Yeah, well, look, all year our statistical nomenclature, the Oracle, has once again put forward his predictions this afternoon, and he has South Belgrave 96 defeating Mitcham 80.
Hope it's a game like that.
That would be very... And actually, I think the margin... I think the margin's not bad. I reckon it's pretty spot on, I reckon.
Yeah.
I don't reckon there's more than 3 goals in this game.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Dill.
No, yeah, couldn't agree more, and I think that's one of the Oracle's better pieces of work there, definitely.
Do you reckon we should spend a quick little bit of time on Premier?
I think we should touch on the Premier Division preliminary final out at Bayswater Oval today between Vermont and Doncaster East. Of course, the Eagles going down by just 1 point last week to Roval after trailing for pretty much most of the contest. Doncaster East have won their first 2 finals. Both games were at Jubilee Park, so I think this will probably be their first final at Bayswater Oval. They've obviously played there back in the Division 1 and Division 2 days, but it's a big occasion for them, but for Vermont, it's a chance to respond, Brash.
Yeah, it is. And look, Ryan James did say to us at the Baldwin game in round 15 or 16 that he thought that when he got those 9 players back into his side, that his side would get better and better as the weeks moved on into the finals. And I reckon he's done an exceptional job to get Doncaster East to where they are. I actually think East Ringwood actually thought they... I reckon they pulled East Ringwood's pants down, I reckon.
Yeah.
In the first round. And then, once again, they must... you've got to give him his due. He must have learnt something, because once again he was able to keep Baldwin to 4 goals. That's an outstanding coaching effort.
Just didn't give him the ball.
No.
Just took the ball off him. 105 uncontested marks to 40.
I look at Vermont's side. You can't actually... They didn't play badly. They've lost by a point. And I think they've brought in Mitcham, and I think a really important player in Lucas Vassas, who will probably play centre forward. He's got a bit of height. He's got a bit of a weight around him. He's got a bit of flair, and I think that's what they need. He's going to be really important for them in that forward line, and Mitcham in the ruck and around the ball, I think is going to be really crucial.
Vassas, he's really aggressive too, isn't he? He's a bit of a barometer.
Yeah, and look, for all the good work that I think Doncaster East have done today, I'm just a little bit concerned with the 2 runs that they've had at Ringwood. They've had to work extremely hard, right, for their 2 victories. Vermont, on the other hand, they've had a week off. I think they're perfectly tuned for another victory today. I think it's going to be a lot closer than what everyone thinks, and I think Vermont will probably win by... Look, throughout the year, it's been a 4 to 5 goal winning margin, but I think the margin comes back to about 2 or 3 goals today in Vermont's favour. I expect Vermont to move into a grand final, but I just think it'll come down to 1 quarter, Dill. I think, and that's basically been the difference between the 2 sides all year.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the thing with Doncaster is that they really like to control that football, and I just think Vermont, the way that they play without the footy, is going to be a real problem for Doncaster East. They're going to press up on them. That's something that Baldwin weren't able to do. They weren't able to put enough pressure on them. Baldwin just tried to play their own game, and they didn't really adapt to the conditions. And I think Vermont will be better. That you mentioned Vassas coming back in. I think he's really good with that sort of, you mentioned he plays centre half forward, and he's good with that sort of forward pressure as well, and that press that Vermont like to put on. So I think that's going to be a little bit too much, but I do agree with you. I think Doncaster East, they've been probably written off for most of the final series, really.
Well, the thing is, and also, look, once again, Tyne and Simon White, Chris Phelan, they're going to need and the captain Appleby's going to have will need to fire again. I think they're going to have to try and get Tom Bell kicking goals, because I don't think that they can afford to have him not kick goals, Josh.
No, I think he only kicked 1 last week, and you can't be doing that.
No. So, look, I think by and large, it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a really close contest. But I think one of these sides, and it could be Doncaster East, but it could be Vermont. One of those sides is going to get a period of time where they're going to be able to bed that game, and I can see Vermont doing it with the younger leagues. I can see them running on top of the ground.
Do you think Doncaster East have to put someone to a Lockie Johns or sort of react to Vermont's game style to try to shut them down, or do you think they just do what they do?
Well, I think it's not only Johns that you've got to worry about. Greenwood's the other one. He's been another one of the generals. But it's going to be very interesting, because Phelan and Tynan will be in that midfield. So you've got 2 experienced Bulls against another 2 experienced type goals. So that midfield clash is going to be all important. I think the ruck areas, I think Kalkowski has that X factor, right, that could throw a curveball in there. If he gets on fire real quick, he could set the game. he could set the game in Vermont's favour very, very quickly, Josh.
We talked about it yesterday, Dill. Just literally, he can only have 4 or 5 touches and kick 4 or 5 goals. He's happy to pull the trigger from anywhere, and I don't know if Doncaster East have a defender to stop him.
He's such a unique matchup.
Yeah,
because if he's just a tall forward, you can lock down on him. But not a player like Kalkowski.
No, and I think if Bell does get on play, he only kicked 1 goal last week. He could be a bit of a point of difference up in that forward line or in midfield or through the ruck. DeLuca and Phelan, they're going to be so crucial through there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. But I'm back in Vermont. What does the Oracle say, Brash?
The Oracle has Vermont 91, Doncaster East 79.
Not too much of a surprise there.
2 or 3 goals. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think that's a fair margin too, just given how good Doncaster East have been all year. But I won't be too surprised if the Lions do get up, because their form has proven to be really good.
Look, and the other thing taken into consideration is too, look, there's always with great risk comes great reward, and look, Vermont have actually made a lot more of it what they've done this year than in previous years.
They've improved dramatically, and they're a different Vermont, but still the same old Vermont getting those victory. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll introduce the rest of the call team ahead of the Division 1 Grand Final between South Belgrave and Mitcham.
Eastland. Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve here in Boronia for Division 1 Grand Final day in the seniors. We've got South Belgrave up against Mitcham. It's already been a big day. Beaconsfield crowned under 19.5 premiers, and Wanturna South crowned Division 1 reserves Coast premiers for the second consecutive year. Well, just about set for this big contest between the Saints and the Tigers. I'm Josh Ward. Time to introduce the rest of the call team. And calling alongside me today, Brett Beston. Besto, great to be alongside you on grand final day out here at Tormore Reserve.
Joshy, nice to be here. Yeah, second grand final, of course, that I've done this year. There was 2 last week, but I didn't do the second one. But looking forward to this one. A red-hot South Belgrave side on this amazing unbeaten run and up against underdogs in Mitcham, but hopefully a good game today.
Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird back together on special comments. The very special comments duo today. I'm sure you're looking forward to this big contest. Ray, to you first.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Thanks for having me on. Look, this is what it's all about, grand finals, and particularly in this division, it's been a real, dire struggle to get to the grand final, so we're looking for a great game today.
Yeah, look, Division 1's been a really tight division for most of the year with the top 3 sides, sort of going head-to-head. South Belgrave have been the yardstick all year, and Josh, I think once again that may prove true this afternoon.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable what they've been able to do. They go in as pretty heavy favourites, and I think they just need one period where they can get on top and get the job done. Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre for the first time. Good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. It should be. It's a great day out here at Tormore Reserve for grand final day, as it always is. But it should be hopefully a great contest between these 2 sides.
It's always great coming out here to Tormore Reserve as well, with the Dandenongs in the background. A big crowd is already brewing out here, Besto.
It's a massive crowd, and there's lots of tents and food tents, which is... They're all scattered around the ground.
Precious right off the food tents already.
Of course I do. I pinpoint everything like that. That's more important. But also too, gents, I've got to thank the Boronia Football Club for taking care of us and looking after us this afternoon with all our food and drink, and hopefully they're going to be rewarded when we head down to Mitcham tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see if Mitcham could do the same as well. It's a bit confusing as well. Mitcham hosting grand finals tomorrow and playing today, and then you've got Boronia hosting grand finals today and playing tomorrow.
But it's good. It gives the supporters from both sides a chance, Ray, to get down and support them.
Well, that's right. It gives those clubs a chance for their supporters to come along when their side's in the grand final. So everything works out well.
And South Belgrave are onto the ground as well, onto the ground. And I feel like there's a bit of a good rapport between Mitcham and Boronia, having met each other recently back in the Division 2 back in 2019. And Boronia was one of those sides that Mitcham knocked off to win the Division 2 premiership, their last premiership. And, I give them every chance, Besto, because on paper, this list, it's probably the strongest list that Mitcham could put together. The only exception, Bailey Cowman, who kicked 22 goals in 11 games this season and is overseas at the moment, but still a really strong team.
Absolutely. Look, you're looking down their lines. I mean, you don't see too many weaknesses there. They have got a very good side. They had a win over Montrose last week to get here, as did South Belgrave. Bailey Cowman is a big out. Going for their 3rd flag under Neil Winterton, who's been a super coach. Look, you'd be hard-pressed to... I desperately want to pick Mitcham, but Luke Elliott, last game. Guys, just a question about South Belgrave. They've only played 1 game in 3 weeks because they had a bye in week 1 and they had a bye in week 3. Is that something that's going to maybe count against them, or do you think that'll go for them?
Oh, look, I think for some side it works, I reckon, Brett, the week on, week off. But for other, I think it's horses for courses. I mean, look, when you were sit down and looking at this game, what were your initial thoughts on the 2 sides?
Look, you just can't go past South Belgrave. I mean, they haven't lost a game this year. They've dominated, and if you look at their side, they are very, very strong. I mean, you've got a great forward line, super midfield, and a great back line. And the guy that I think they'll really have to keep an eye on today, because he's been in super form, and I reckon he'll be the one that I'd tip South Belgrave, I think. And I think Sean Bartels will win the medal because he's been in super form.
He has been in super form. 15 mentions in the best out of a possible 19 games. He's been phenomenal in midfield, and we talked about it in pre-game brash with Luke Elliott. He started to get some consistency, Bartels, and has proven to be key and will be key alongside Liam Kidd or Aiden Kidd in that midfield as well. Caden Black can run through there. There is a bit of depth in that midfield. Maybe not as much as Mitcham though, just because they've got so much talent in there.
Well, you're right, Josh, but at least the two coaches, when we asked them, they are extremely happy with the side that they've put on the park this afternoon. Luke sort of with Treeguard out injured, and also Damien Garner, you could tell that those two guys would have been in that 22.
Treeguard's a big loss, but they've still put out a very, very strong team, no doubt about it.
You're right, and whereas with Mitcham, when we spoke to Neil, on paper, and you look at the put through that side next to Crampton and probably Lucas, I think for me this is the best side that Mitcham.
Yeah.
If you ask me in round one, is this the side that I'd want to take into a grand final? I'd say yes. This is the side. This is Mitcham's best side, Ray.
It looks like it, Brett, but look, it comes to final. Look, and when you get to the grand final, it doesn't matter what's happened all season.
No.
There's one game of football to be played out there, and you guys were just talking about whether you have the rest or you're not. Coming into this final series, I would by far say that South Belgrave were definitely the best side in the competition, but you look at Mitcham's finals games. They knocked off. They were the underdog last week. They beat Montrose, and when they've run, they're pretty close to South Belgrave when they played them. And on the other hand, South Belgrave's finals, they got tested the other game against Montrose. So both sides are going into this grand final with probably an equal about ability, more so than what it was pre-finals.
Well, Luke did allude to the fact that the Montrose encounter was a very bruising encounter, and it's probably just as well that they had the week off. The way that he was talking. Do you see, Ray? Where do you think? Is there any chink in the armour that Mitcham can exploit?
Well, yeah, I think there is. Look, you look at the rucks for South Belgrave. Now, Damien Garner, Mitch Garner is without a doubt probably the best ruckman over the whole season in that division.
Yep.
But the thing with and I've said it before about Mitch, he's a great ruckman, but everything he taps is to his own feet. So, and you look at that Mitcham midfield, if they can wake up to this, that Garner's not going to punch the ball out clear. He's going to drop it to his feet all the time, and Mitcham have got the ability to double team him too. So it's going to be, Garner against two ruckmen as well. I think that's one place where Mitcham could exploit them. But at the end of the day, I look at both sides, and I think that I think the difference is going to be, I think at some stage during the game, South Belgrave's going to go bang, 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 kick 3 goals in 3 minutes, and I don't see Mitcham doing that.
One of the things that we've noticed throughout the final series, though, Ray, is that the team that gets off to a really good start in all the finals has been able to dictate the terms for the rest of the afternoon. Do you see if Mitcham
just come here and sort of?
Do you think Mitcham will have the ability, if they have a good first quarter and they're up by 3 or 4 goals? Do you still think that they could hold on?
Well, as I said, Beth, no, I don't really. I'm not putting anything on Mitcham, but I don't really. As I said, I just think South Belgrave, some stage during the afternoon, are going to go bang, 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 goal, 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 and I can't see Mitcham doing that.
And the one player that can potentially do that, Tim Smith, just can change the game at the flick of a switch, and Taylor Garner can do so as well, but it's most likely Tim Smith.
93 goals between Garner and Smith. It's a fair effort.
Quite remarkable, and Garner's missed a few games as well this season, as has Smith, but Garner has missed more as South Belgrave get their team photo now. So
officially, I am going to go for South Belgrave, Josh, by 18 points.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to double that. I'm going for South Belgrave by 36 points.
Yeah, I think South Belgrave by 3 goals for me.
I'm going to be the one. I might be the one that's different here. I'm going Mitcham by 8 points as they move into position. I just think they're starting to hit their best form and are looking the goods. Paul, what about your tip?
I'm going to go South Belgrave by 3 goals.
And we'll touch on who we think can be best on ground afterwards as Mitcham get their team photo taken, of course, by Davis Harrigan and Field of You. And Dyson Baker will be emceeing shortly out here at Tormore Reserve as the Tigers move into position. We will cross down to Jared Beanland and Dylan Smith shortly as well after this pre-game ceremony, as both teams that are now in position for this pre-game ceremony will cross over to Dyson Baker.
The Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to Tormore Reserve, Baronia for today's Eastland Division 1 Senior Grand Final. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Congratulations and best of luck to both competing sides in today's decider, your officiating umpires for today's match. In the field, Caleb Munro, Sam Green and Damien DiVincentis. On the boundary, Marcus Allen, David Woolley, Brodie Eccles and Ryan Paravicini. And in the goals, Andrew Wasty and Sean Meredith. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please be outstanding for the Australian National Anthem?
Always sends shivers down your spine listening to the national anthem before a grand final. And we will cross down now to Dylan Smith and Jared Beanland down on ground level. Jared, you've had a busy day, both calling Jared with the reserves, Dill with the 19s. How are conditions down there on ground level?
It's a little bit chilly. The wind picks up occasionally now and then, but other than that, it seems pretty good. There was a little spot of rain during the reserves grand final. However, that seems to have cleared up by now, and it looks like we're ready for a pretty good game. Great grand final, no doubt. The track seems pretty hard underfoot, so it might be a bit fast. And what do we reckon, Dill, in terms of tips?
I expect Mitcham to get on top around the contest. I think they're going to dominate that ruck work, but I think South Belgrave's forward line, they're going to hurt them on the turnover and just be too good for that Mitcham back line. I've got the Saints by 18 points.
Oh, that's interesting. I've them by 17 points. I'm expecting a really, really good game here. I remember the game throughout the season was fantastic to be on the boundary line for. Very intense. The crowd brought it. The players brought it. This is going to be an absolute banger.
I think it is. Thank you as well, Jared and Dylan, who'll be braving the conditions. It's not too warm out there as well.
The conditions hard enough.
It's not as warm as last week. I'm still glad I didn't get to go on the ground level last week, as teams are starting to move into position. Mitcham kicking to the scoreboard end or to the left of your radio dial. South Belgrave to the end where it usually does get windy, and wind can play a factor. To the right of your radio dial to the Baronia Road end, as it's Tom Lovell that'll go up first in ruck. That's going to be very exciting as umpires are now in position. A big crowd out here at Tormore Reserve. Brett Beston to get us underway for the Division 1 Senior Grand Final between South Belgrave and Mitcham.
Thanks, Josh. You're looking forward to this one. Big crowd in as the umpire throws the ball up. They fly, and it was Lovell who came over the top and got the first hit out. Going in there trying to get it with Smythe. Ball on the ground there for the contest. Taken by one of the Mitcham players there. I think it might have been Horsey, but the wrap-up. And the umpire says we'll throw it up again. So up it goes. This will be important, the ruck contest today. Mitcham take it out of the ruck, and they go forward for the first time. And the mark is taken. So here's an early opportunity. It's been taken there by Jesse Smythe, who's kicked 22 goals for the season, and he'll be looking for number 23. This would be a terrific start for Mitcham if he can slot this.
He's very quick on the. He's very quick, Ray, in the opening 5 yards. Smythe. He's going to run a merry dance around his opponent.
So good conditions today. Can't blame the conditions. He'll be kicking from about 35 on its way. Doesn't like it. And it's away off target, so a missed opportunity goes through for the first score of the grand final. It's a minor score, and we've had just up to a minute.
And one thing as well about Jesse Smythe, he won't mind taking a specky, is Brody Connolly goes out to the far side and it'll go out of bounds. So a boundary throw in here. Mitcham getting the early territory. Was Tom Lovell with that first clearance and first inside 50 for the Tigers as well. He's going to be massive for them today. Put together a phenomenal season and a contender potentially for the Division 1 best and fairest. This ball is tossed back up. Baklava took it out of ruck, spins around onto his right, kick was smothered, and we'll get a boundary thrown right in front, right where it was before. So a minute and a half gone out here at Tormore Reserve. Mitcham with the first score on the board. They wouldn't mind getting off to a fast start against a fresh South Belgrave outfit as the ball is tossed back into play. Garner from behind. Was he holding back Lava? He was. They'll get another foray inside 50 for the Tigers as Baklava takes his time on the mark, goes to the forward pocket looking for Lovell. Flew, couldn't take the mark. It's out the back. Lovell still picks it up, looking for Parenti. And this will be the perfect start for Jake Parenti, who on return to the side kicked 2 goals as we go to Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
2 marks inside 50 already for Mitcham, so they want to make it count early.
They definitely do. As Parenti, it's within his realm of possibility. It's on the wrong side for a right footer. He'll kick from probably just in front of the scoreboard out here at Tormore Reserve as he comes in. The leading goal kicker from Division 1 last year. Looks decent off the boot, and he loves it! Jake Parenti with the first of the day for Mitcham, 1-1-7. South Belgrave yet to score after 2.5 minutes here.
Ray, you can already tell that Baklava is starting to monster already Mitch Garner in the ruck duels around the ground.
Yeah, they're winning the clearances, Mitcham, that's for sure.
Let's go down the boundary with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just a couple of matchups here. Zachary Elms is the one with the dangerous Smith, and Jackson Glossop playing as a spare, and he's sort of just been floating back towards Smith to be the extra cover. So
a great start for the Tigers, and big Jake Parenti is going to be a key figure today. Lovell might have got that one out of the middle though. Ball on the ground, wrapped up and diving on it there. 2 or 3 different players, and the umpire says we will ball it up as we go back to the boundary. Jared Beanlands.
A couple of matches on the other end of the ground. Jay Robertson has taken Jake Parenti, and Ryan Silver is on Jesse Smythe.
That matchup on Parenti is going to be huge today. Of course, the VFL listed player, and he's such a class act. As we saw with that first goal, not too many players would have kicked that. But goes again, wrestling for the contest. Garner got to the front spot that time, knocked it down, but going to be another stoppage. Fairly typical of the early stages of a final. A little bit stoppage based as we just wait for the 2 teams to settle up. It goes, taken out of the ruck there by Baklava. Gets it forward. This is a fantastic start, but it's been cut off back there. Good mark by Withers, and South Belgrave to come out of defence.
They're at true centre wing now. The mark taken there by Daniel Wine. Been terrific this season. The former Eastern Ranger going inside 50. Mitcham have the numbers at the back. It falls to the ground, getting the handball over the top there. Jack Morrison, Liam Kidd trying to burst his way through. Got a kick away, looking for Garner. Tapped it through for a minor score. So the first score for South Belgrave, just the one behind. Mitcham 1-1-7 after just over 4 minutes here in this.
Look, it could be a problem for South Belgrave.
Most definitely, Ray.
So DeVellin takes it from the short kick, gets it off to a teammate, and they come out of defence, but a good smother coming across, and they'll keep it locked in. The South Belgrave side desperately looking to get themselves back into this game. South Belgrave coming to this game as heavy favourites, but it's been Mitcham that have got on top early. As the umpire throws it in, Garner trying to get to the front spot, but it goes right over the back that time, taken there by McCardle. And he's wrapped up in a tackle, and the umpire says we'll ball it up. So weather conditions all right out here today. We did get a little bit of rain before the game started as Garner knocks it down into the contest as Barton Smith trying to pick it up, but it's out in the clear now. Here's a chance for South Belgrave to go inside 50. There's the kick. Can someone get on the end of it? Not at the moment. Good work back there by Nicholas. He'll be happy to see it out. And in fact, it is out. So
boundary.
The umpire says we'll go and have a boundary thrown. Back to the boundary we go with Jared Beelands.
Just on the weather there, Basto, it is spitting a little bit, so conditions could get a little bit greasy.
Don't say that.
Just on that entry, boys, double teaming Mitcham on Taylor Garner there.
They might do the same with Tim Smith as well. I think that was mentioned before as the ball tossed back into play. Belgrave tapped it down. Trying to burst his way through there was David McCardle. Couldn't. It's well wrapped up by Bryce Hards, who's somewhat reinvented himself up forward this year with the 18 goals. Ball tossed back up. Morrison up forward this week. Got the tap down, but it's Mitcham that clear their defensive lines, and finding Jesse Cherry there really well was Jesse Uren. He's got Smythe calling for it right in front of us out here in the van at Tormore Reserve. Goes in that direction. Smythe will fly. Couldn't take the mark. Well read by Ryan Silver. He's got a man in board. Uses him. That's Jack Morrison. Nice. Strong hands ahead of Jackson Hallow. Got the ball back. And inside 50 South Belgrave goal. It just falls short. Mark taken by Daniel Wind. Wheels onto his right. Short chipping ball looking for Garner.
That's a good mark.
That is a terrific mark, and that would probably be South Belgrave's first mark inside 50, Paul.
Yep.
So very promising start from Taylor Garner as we just look at that on replay. Nice steady ball movement from the Saints. It all started right in front of us with that strong intercept mark, and it ends in the hands of Taylor Garner.
That's characteristic of Taylor Garner. He'll take 2 or 3 of those today without a doubt.
As he comes in, he'll kick from just around 45 metres out, drifting to the left and stays there. South Belgrave 2 behind. Mitcham 1-1-7, just under 7 minutes played here in this first quarter.
South Belgrave, they've took, 5 or 10 minutes to settle down. They seem to be a little bit more settled now.
Not putting the score on the board at the moment, which is a little bit concerning, but I'm sure they'll get back into it. DeVellin to bring the ball back in. Bangs it out towards this side, looking for a target. Up they fly. Punch came in from Morrison. Ball on the ground. Trying to rove it there was Pertzis. It's another tight stuff. Mitcham get it forward again to about the centre wing position. And a good ball coming in there from the big number 10, Ed Robertson. He sees it out of bounds and will have a throw in. So Tormore Reserve, the place to be this afternoon for this big Division 1 grand final. And at the moment it's Mitcham with their noses in front, 1-1-7 to 2 behinds, and it goes. Garner just with a bit of a strange old punch, trying to find Withers on the ground. He managed to get it away. It's been hooked forward there by Walls. Can someone get on the end of it? There's a bit of sun just popped out there. As knocked away. Kid takes it. I know I'm a bit weather obsessed, but we want a nice day out here as the ball is close to the boundary. And the umpire says we'll... sorry, boys. I'm looking at the post.
What, you just weren't expecting the sun to pop up at all this afternoon?
It is starting to bathe out. Bathe Tormore Reserve is the sun, as we might get a secondary stoppage. No, we won't. It's Garner of the Mitch variety. They got the kick inside 50, looking for Taylor Garner, but it's May that picks up the crumbs. Chain of handballs from Mitcham sees them clear their defensive lines to the far side. The mark dropped there by Caden Black. Hallow tried to keep it in front of him, couldn't. Ball trickles out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So still in South Belgrave's attacking half. They have settled into this game nicely. Just the 2 behinds though, Paul.
Yeah, the clearances so far are 5-3 the way of Mitcham.
Not too much of a surprise given the talent in that midfield. As speaking of talent, there goes Tom Lovell. The kick off the ground there by Jesse Uren. Doesn't find a teammate, but Cherry just stole it away from the South Belgrave man. Couldn't go any further than centre wing. Wraps up his opponent in Jordan Nuku. Ball bouncing around. And we'll get a stoppage here on true centre wing.
It's a really impressive start by Mitcham. They're looking really good around the contest. They've been hard in and under. As it goes up again, no one gets to it this time as it's just knocked away, and Mitcham will come forward again. Long kick forward, trying to find a target. Ball bouncing in the centre of the ground. Nicely done though. It's been a good tackle. There'll be no prior there as Walls took possession, and he was wrapped up instantly, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So really interesting start to this one, but Mitcham still, you'd have to say, on top as the ball goes into the contest again. Trying to take it away there was DeVellin, but he was wrapped up. Ball on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up.
I think the one thing that Mitcham have just got to do is they've got to take the first option, not try and break packs, because South Belgrave won't give you a second chance.
Garner again out of the ruck. He's having a terrific start to this match as it's South Belgrave who go forward again. Kicks to about half forward. Awkward bounce. So the ground looks quite hard because some of the bounces are quite strange as the ball comes out towards this wing side. Can they keep it in? bit of a contest over there. There's about 3 players trying to get hands on it. Kidd did really well. He burst out of the contest there, got it forward, trying to find a target in Castledine, but it beats him out of bounds. In the right forward pocket. That was good work by Kidd. Did really well in the contest there. As we go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
The inside 50s are 5-2 the way of South Belgrave. So they've had the last 5 inside 50s, the Saints.
They've defended really well from inside 50s as the Saints, as the kick there from Taylor Garner is off the side of the boot and goes out of bounds on the full right in front of a big contingent of Mitcham supporters out here at Tormore Reserve. It's Uran. Kick to Nick Hallow, who would be pretty familiar with these parts, having played just around the corner from here with the Basin in recent years. As he goes down the line to true centre wing, Smythe with the fly, is a high free kick being paid, and it's going to go in the direction of Samuel Carney, who's come across from Noble Park this season. Kicks a dangerous one. Ryan Silver read it well. Goes back on his mark. Persaz applying pressure. Silver's kick is a very dangerous one. Connolly affected the contest. Might pick up the crumbs. He doesn't. Taken out of bounds by Samuel Carney right in front of us.
3 intercept marks to zip in favour of South Belgrave at the moment.
Thank you, Paulie. One guy has started well is Silver. Just mentioned him before. He's made a good start to the game. And it goes. South Belgrave win it out of the clearance, out of the ruck, should I say. Ball bouncing around. Barton Smith got pushed out of the way, but the umpire sees play on. Kylie did really good work, and they'll get it forward off the boot of Black. Trying to find a target, and a very good mark taken over there by May. And it was an important one too, because that was dangerous. And it looked like South Belgrave could produce something, but they get out of it for the moment, and May will bring it out of defence.
He started off well, Josh Mays. He goes to true centre wing. It was read well by Jack Morrison, who's also had a pretty good start in a bit of an unfamiliar role. I think he's played mostly defence this season, but he's started up forward as he looks for Tim Smith. Couldn't take the mark. Out the back, Garner lurking. Gets the crumbs, snaps on goal, and it's there! Taylor Garner with the first for South Belgrave, 1-2-8. Mitcham 1-1-7 after 12 minutes here in this first quarter.
Nothing pretty about that goal to South Belgrave. All they did was just push the ball forward, maybe a couple of lucky bounces in there, and Taylor Garner, you can't let him get the football 15 metres out from goals.
Or give him 5 yards head start.
So a bit of an opportunist goal by South Belgrave, but you kind of feel it was they're probably worth it.
An interesting point, 13 minutes in, and Tim Smith hasn't gone anywhere near the football.
Yeah.
No.
Which is quite scary.
Yeah, we did talk about that before the game, not being too Smith-centric, but Garner, of course, is there, and they've got a couple of other options as well, as the ball is in the middle. Taken away there by Barton Smith, who bursts out of the clearance, goes inside 50, and where's that gone? It's been taken by Connolly. And they'll bring it out South Belgrave, so not the best of kicks. Out towards the far side. Morrison couldn't take the mark as the ball is spilled over there. Close to the boundary line. They may still be able to keep it in, and they do. A little handball back to Withers. Withers goes back to a teammate, and they thump it forward again. Pretty much straight up in the air, though. And the ball on the grounds. One of the number 18 is Lovell, who dives on it. Let's wait and see if it comes out of there. Not at the moment. The umpire blows the whistle and says we'll have a ball up. So 13 and a half gone, 8 versus 7 down to the boundary with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just showing that both teams are kind of showing their true colours so far in this game, with Mitcham's goal coming from clearance and South Belgrave's coming from turnover so far.
As a holding free kick is paid from that stoppage to Aidan Kidd, who's been consistent in the senior lineup this season, goes down the line into the hands of Tim Smith. Here comes his first touch of this grand final. Goes inside 50, looking for Garner. He dropped the mark. Mitcham with a nice chain of handballs, but not doing well there is Zach Horsey. Invites the pressure of South Belgrave, bursting his way through. Caden Black got the snap, was smothered, and the ball will be locked up here in the back pocket of Mitcham, who are holding up well in defence, Paul.
Yeah, the tackles so far are 10-5 the way of South Belgrave.
Ball tossed back up. Castledine from behind. Smith, the spin move, wheels onto his left. Kick was smothered, goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So still in South Belgrave territory as they look to get their second goal on the board.
I think South Belgrave's intensity on the ball carrier has lifted remarkably in the last 2 to 3 minutes.
Certainly has, and Tim Smith, after what Ray said before, he had a quiet start, but he's working his way into the game as Morrison couldn't get it. Withers takes it and thumps it forward. They certainly are looking the goods. This should be marked, possibly. A good mark by, no, it wasn't. It was dropped by Horsey. Probably should have taken that one, and they're under a bit of pressure. They try and work it out. Little handball away there from Uren. Now it's still on the ground as it goes back inside 50 again. And while they're under pressure, Mitcham, that might be just a ball up, I'd say, as the mark is taken. Good mark. The ball is taken by Glossop. Let's go to Paul on the stats centre.
Yeah, so the inside 50s are 10-3. So South Belgrave keep on coming, but Mitcham's defence holding up very well.
Certainly has been a bit of a turn in the game as South Belgrave through Withers trying to take it out of the contest. Wrapped up well and truly. So we've had 15 minutes of play, and it's as tight as 128 to 117 in favour of South Belgrave.
So Truson half forward for the Saints, kicking to the Baronia Road end as Baglava again just took it out of ruck. Parenti pushed out Jay Robertson legally. Kept it in front of him, but Robson catches up to him. Parenti doing really well. Lachlan able to run onto this ball. Was wrapped up by Brodie Connolly, and we'll have a ball up it into Mitcham's attacking half. Just outside the 50-metre arc on the far side as Morrison went up alone in ruck, took it out of there. Nuku with the clearing kick. There's going to be a holding free kick paid. And a bit going on off the ball. Not too sure what's happening here, but it could be a Mitcham free kick back where the stoppage was. There's a Mitcham man with his jumper ripped off. Not like Devin Robertson a couple of weeks ago, but pretty much ripped off.
Looks like a South Belgrave free kick.
I think it might be. It could. I'm not too sure. We're a bit clueless. In fact, I think it's going to Jesse Cherry. The free kick. It is.
Well, I've got no idea. If the umpires have no idea, then I've got no idea.
They've got no hope. Just quickly, boys. Vermont 24-6. Up against Doncaster East early, so off to a bit of a flyer.
So a good start there for the Eagles, who will look to book a spot in the grand final after finishing as minor premiers. We're just waiting a little bit. I think there might be I was about to say there was a blood rule, but umpire blows his whistle, and Cherry will send the Tigers inside 50. Out the back, Smythe was lurking. It doesn't get to him. Hallow tapped it out of bounds right in front of the scoreboard, which reads South Belgrave 128, Mitcham 117. 17 minutes gone here in this first quarter in the Division 1 Seniors Grand Final out here at Tormore Reserve in Baronia. Ball tossed back into play, a bit more going on off the ball as Lovell got the tap down. Lou bursting his way through, got the clearing kick from defence. Mitcham are going inside 50 though once again. Jackson Hallow launches one to a very dangerous spot. Out the back, they get the shot on goal. It's gone out of bounds on the full, and a big missed opportunity there for the Tigers. We go down boundary side.
Was a blood rule there indeed, and it was Jack Morrison coming off with a bit of blood around his mouth. Didn't look too serious though.
So South Belgrave to bring it back in. Ryan, it was they got the kick up the line. It's very close to the boundary, and in fact it's out. I was just wondering, boys, do you reckon Mitcham have got their own personal hairdresser, all the long hair and the headbands out there? He'd earn a fortune, I reckon. So umpire to throw it in again. Up it goes, and the ball comes down on the ground. His old mate with his jersey ripped off, still hasn't got a new one. As the ball goes forward, Mitcham under a bit of pressure, nicely picked up by Smith. He did really well. He goes in and tries to get it again, but in the end he just has to make the tackle. As we go back to the boundary with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, I called it in the pre-game. It's a 80s glam tribute, I think, that they're going for there with Mitcham.
Just on that play too, with that jumper off. There he is again. He's going to get the clearance. Not too sure who it is.
I think it's Barton Smith.
As Zach Horsey goes down the line and it's trickled out of bounds. It is Barton Smith. He almost looks like Tarzan.
I reckon Devin Robertson started a trend.
They don't make them like they used to.
As the ball tossed back into play, Garner could have taken it out of ruck, couldn't. Lachlan shrugged off a tackle, gets the shot on goal. Parenti in the square, spoiled through. And a minus score. Mitcham tie things up 1-8 apiece after 19 minutes in this first quarter.
It's a battle of the defences at the moment. Neither side can get a break from all the stoppages.
So looking like it's not going to be a high-scoring game unless it blows open later in the game. But at the moment, it's a very, very tight. Fairly typical of a final, though, with both sides just feeling each other out. Nice kick, Bartels. I thought he might have a big one today, but he's been a bit quiet early, but I'm sure he'll work his way into it. Takes it and then thumps it down the ground. Up they fly. It was good work by Carney. He got hands to it. Couldn't take the mark, and then he got thrown out of the way, and the umpire says you cannot do that. And we'll have a free kick. So nearly into time on it, the end of this first quarter. And we're none the wiser, 1-8 apiece.
4 free kicks to one away of Mitcham.
So Nick Halo puts it to the hot spot. Ball falls down. They'll get it out of bounds on the full, I think. Yes, it is. So that'll be a free kick to Mitcham. So they'll keep the pressure on for the moment. Carney, I think he's going to take it. He's just waiting for the ball to come back.
Brash, I don't know which side it's going to be, but if you've got the ball inside your forward 50 for 5 minutes, you've got to get at least 2 goals.
You do.
As Carney goes inside 50 now. No one in the goal square. Smythe with the fly. He trickles out the back. Is that going to be a goal?
I reckon it's a goal.
Yeah. It is a goal.
Yeah.
Did someone get a boot on it? I'm not too sure.
No.
I think it is Samuel Carney with the goal. That is quite a remarkable goal. And Mitcham hit the front again. 2-2-14. South Belgrave 1-2-8. Just ticked into time on here in this first quarter.
Yeah, look, it was a really innocuous free kick, really, there from that South Belgrave gave away. But Ray, you're right. When you go into your forward 50, you've got to take, mate. You have to take every opportunity to score.
So I can't believe nobody touched that, but it was a remarkable kick, and Carney will take the goal as it's one out of the stoppage again. And here they come forward again, mostly cut off though, and South Belgrave will bring it out of defence. Can they strike back quickly? The ball goes out, Kidd chasing, gets his hands on it, but I thought Kidd, in fact, it's number 15 and Hards. They're back inside 50 South Belgrave, and they could do with a goal. Nicely picked up there. So that's Wags who gets it across to a teammate in Hello. That's Jackson Hello, far side of the grounds. One of the long hair brigade as he goes down the line, finds Lovell, the big man. So South Belgrave, a brief foray inside 50, but it ended pretty quickly as Mitcham looked to come forward again. They're ahead on the scoreboard. 2-2-14 to 1-2-8. It's Division 1 finals, or grand finals, should I say. And the ball knocked out of bounds round about centre wing.
I think, Ray, if South Belgrave can get their outside run and start running via the fat side, I think that's where Mitcham look a little bit vulnerable to me.
Oh, yeah, Mitcham likes a stoppage game.
Ball toss back into play. Garner just shrugged Lovell out of ruck. Inside 50, the Saints are going once again, but read really well by Riley Nicholas, who launches it back to centre wing and launches back into the hands of Mitch Garner, who's been on top in this ruck contest. Goes down the line, back to a big pack of players. Out the back, Zach Elms got the spoil in. Bartel's wrapped up by Hello. It's a free kick.
Free kick to Smith, I think. Yep.
So Tim Smith, of course, won the best on ground medal in the Division 2 grand final last year. Quite a remarkable resume he's put together since joining South Belgrave. The league best and fairest last year, and the best on ground.
He'll be kicking outside 50, but that won't worry him. He'll get the distance.
I mean, Luke Elliott did say his kicking is a bit of an issue. He doesn't have the distance, though. Hello on the ground. Was he taken high? According to the umpire, he was. And the Tigers will be able to rebound from defence once more.
So Mitcham survived for the moment, and we've got a whistle. So the umpire says we'll just tidy things up and have... Not quite sure what's going on. Is it a free kick anyway? It's going to be brought out by Smythe. Jesse puts it on the boot. That's an awful kick. He's bounded out. He's put it over the fence almost. So that's going to be a free kick to South Belgrave, which they can do without the Mitcham side. Castledine. Opportunity for South Belgrave to grab a late one here. We're 23 minutes gone. Long kick up, they fly. No one gets a mark on it. Cherry was there, couldn't quite take it.
High tackle.
And a high tackle. So free kick to Mitcham. They get out of danger for the moment. They'll spread it across. If that's a dangerous kick, it really is. Horsey it was. He had plenty to do. It was a 2-on-1, and they'll be happy to get this out. Horsey again. Little handball. They did well. That's really good play. You ran up the line, trying to find a target. Does so Pertzis. He fumbled, though. Now it's Charlie Peters going inside 50. There's Smith trying to get his hand. Oh, good.
That's a
Smith
goal.
got it. He's put it through. I thought for a moment it was going to be Elms who had got there first. But Sam Smith with a great body work. He takes the mark and pokes it through for the South Belgrave goal. And we are tied up again. 2-2-14 to 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 24 minutes gone.
That's great strength by Smith there. He judged it perfectly. Took the defender out of the contest and marked it right on the line.
Used all his guile and experience there. You're right there, Ray.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's just that experience at the higher level, VFL, AFL, and just how dominant he's been since joining South Belgrave. It's on show early on as the ball tossed back up. Baklava could have taken it out of ruck, didn't. It's Liam Kidd with the clearance and finds the hands of Daniel Wind, who was left all on his own. He can go back here from directly in front. Distance might be an issue because he'll probably just kick outside the 50-metre arc. He looked pretty lively early on, did Daniel Wind. One of a couple of Listerfield juniors in this lineup as it's a very long run-up. It's going to start from the centre wicket out here at Tormore Reserve as he comes in now. This would give South Belgrave their second lead of today. Slow, deliberate approach. Leads the boot pretty well. Doesn't have the accuracy. And South Belgrave do have the lead, but just by 1 point, 2-3-15. Mitcham 2-2-14 after 25 minutes here in this first quarter.
Just going back before that other last goal, when Mitcham, when they got the ball and they're kicking out of that defensive 50, you can't afford to turn the ball over by kicking it out on the full.
Just that little fumble there was just enough.
Yep. So Mitcham to bring it back in. It'll be Devellin to put the ball back into play again, favouring this side. It'll chip out there. This time it's a bit more accurate and May takes the mark. So Mitcham, they won't want to concede here. They'll just want to try and probably see this quarter out. Nice little chip kick, finds Nick Halo. Nick decides to go long, kicks it sort of down the middle of the ground. It's a dangerous one. Parente flew high, but he couldn't get it, and they've turned it over. Now it's in the hands of Hards, who turns around. This will be disaster if they concede one here. Ball on the grounds. They'll do well to hang on here. Little handball off. Here's a chance. Number 27 is Black as he snaps it goalwards, and it's been marked, I think. It has.
Garner.
Taken there by Garner. Well, that was a great bit of work by Garner. He was under a lot of pressure, and he took the mark, and he'll go back and have a shot. He'll have to run around. So Garner, there he goes, on its way, and he likes it straight away off the boot. So Garner gets his second of this term. It's 41 goals for the season for him. And the margin now 2-3-15 to 2-2-14. Bendigo back scoreboard, 26 gone.
Ray, I think Mitcham are trying to play a very high possession, keeping ball off South Belgrave, but when they make a mistake, they're getting burnt on the turnover.
And the last couple of goals that South Belgrave have got, it's the experience of Smith and Garner down there.
Let's go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, hot point there, Brash, and all three of South Belgrave's goals have come from turnover.
So that's a bit concerning for Mitcham as the ball tossed back up in the middle. Garner only tapped it down to Carney, who's started to lift in these last couple of minutes. Baglava got the inside 50. The fly there from Brodie Connolly. He's paid the mark.
He's been solid early on, Connolly.
Yeah. He's been as solid as a brick wall in defence as his kick's a very dangerous one. Still might find the hands of Bryce Hart. It does. Quickly to Paulie Kone in the stats centre.
Yeah, South Belgrave have taken 8 intercept marks in the first quarter to 1.
I wonder how many of those belong to Brodie Connolly. He has taken a lot of marks as kick short to Jack Morrison.
South Belgrave are starting to find space,
which is dangerous when you've got the likes of Smith and Garner up forward. As inside 50 they go. Back Lava, front position. Umpire pays the mark. He'll go back on his mark. Nice darting all across the ground. He might be forced to go down the far side as there goes the quarter time siren. So a fairly even opening term. It's South Belgrave that lead though, 3-3-21 to 2-2-14. Brett Beston with the major goal kickers.
So Taylor Garner, the only major goal kicker on the ground. He's got a couple. Tim Smith's got one, and for Mitcham, they have 2 goals, 1 to Parente and 1 to Garner. So what an interesting first term it has been out here at Tormore Reserve. Quarter time, and it's the South Belgrave side in front, 3-3-21 to 2-2-14. We'll take a break and come back and bring you the second quarter after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Division 1 Grand Final out here at Tormore Reserve. It's South Belgrave, the undefeated Saints, 3-3-21, leading Mitcham 2-2-14 at the first break after a very interesting first quarter. We'll go around the grounds because at quarter time out of Bayswater Oval, it's Vermont that lead. It's 24 to Doncaster East 13. So a pretty interesting contest brewing out there between the Eagles and the Lions, battling it out to see who gets that final spot in the Premier Division Grand Final. But Brett Beston, Ray Baird, it was Mitcham that got on top early on, but then South Belgrave, they settled into the game, and it was their two-star forwards that got them the lead.
Yeah, you're right, Josh. Mitcham were the first side to settle down, and they got the first couple of goals on the board. But towards the end of the quarter, South Belgrave, they started to switch the ball to the outer side of the ground, and it was the experience of Garner and Smith down there that got them three of their goals down there. And I think they're going to play a big part in this game, those two forwards.
Yeah, we talked about how important they were going to be for the start of the game, and of course it took a little while to get going. Mitcham got on top early, but they really have to watch those two, because particularly if Smith either gets on top,
they'll win it and have to be happy with the centre clearances and all that. The Mitcham rucks, they're double teaming and they're actually beating Garner, I feel.
That Glaber's been very good.
Yeah, but the defences of both sides, there's been some great intercept marks by both sides, and we're in for a great second quarter.
Jack Morrison's another one who's been very good for South Belgrave. He had a really good first quarter as well.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a different role. I think mostly playing defence. Ray was a former Oval man. I think he predominantly played defence out there. I'm not too sure, but he's done well up forward, pretty much replacing Damien Garner up there. We were wondering if it'd be Castledine maybe that fills that void that Damien Garner does leave, but it's been Morrison, and he's done it really well. He hasn't hit the score sheet, but it's been key for them. But yeah, Tim Smith, he slowly got into this contest too, and we saw what he did in the Division 2 Grand Final last year, Brash.
Yeah, it doesn't take long for the class to rise to the top. I just think for mine, let's go boundary side.
Neil Winterton here, coach of Mitcham. Pretty calm address there at quarter time. You seem pretty unflustered by the start South Belgrave had.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty even contest. They obviously got a couple of late goals, which we wouldn't have liked, but I think it's a pretty even contest at the moment, and we're trying to execute the way we want to play, but it's obviously really hard against a quality team.
You mentioned a bit of a different approach going forward. Can you speak on that?
Yeah, they've obviously got some really good intercept defenders, Lou, Silva, Connolly, so bombing the ball in long and high doesn't really suit us. So we need to make sure we get it to grass if we can, or we just get the entries in a bit deeper or a bit lower.
And they're hurting you on turnover. Is that a different approach and going forward part of the strategy to curtail that bleeding?
Yeah, we just obviously, hitting a few more targets makes it a bit easier. We probably miss some targets that we would usually hit. So if we can clean up our skills, hopefully that can limit the damage on turnovers.
Awesome. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you to Jared Beanland down on ground level alongside Neil Winston. We have had a number change. Unfortunately, no more Tarzan lookalike for Alex Barton-Smith. He's wearing the number 59 and is starting in this stoppage. So he's got a new jumper now as the star Mitcham midfielder midfielder and will be key in that midfield alongside the likes of Tom Lovell that's starting in ruck once again, Jesse Uren, Nick Hallow, Jesse Cherry. They've all had pretty good starts to that Mitcham midfield, as we mentioned. They're getting on top in the clearance, and if they keep that up, then it's only going to hold them in good stead, and who knows, they might be able to pounce on them as we go down to Dylan Smith on the boundary.
Yeah, just listening into Luke Galliott's quarter time talk there, just happy with how they sort of they took that punch at the start from Mitcham, got back into the game and then started to control things. He was happy with their ball movement going forward.
Brett Beston to get us underway in the second quarter.
So second quarter underway. If it's anything like the first quarter, we're in for a really good contest. Lovell comes over the top. It was Uren who took possession for a while, batters it forward. Nice work over there by one of the Mitcham players. Good work out there and finds Hallow. It's Jackson. Gets it back to his namesake, his brother Nicholas. Goes in again, tries to get it. It's really untidy over there. Smythe on the ground. He can't get it. There's Nick Hallow trying to get it. Jackson Hallow, sorry, trying to get it. Close towards the boundary. And eventually they're across the boundary, are they? No. But there's going to be a stoppage regardless. So 21-14, if you've just joined us, welcome aboard. We're coming to you on YouTube and Facebook, our streams this afternoon. And of course 98.1 Radio Eastern. It's the Division 1 Grand Final. And it's South Belgrave in front by 7 points at the moment. Early stages of the second quarter. Umpire throws it in. Garner trying to get picked in the end. He took it uncontested out of the ruck and he just puts it onto the boot and thumps it forward. That's one of the stars of the first quarter, Morrison, appealing for the free kick. But it's going to go against. In fact, it is going to the Mitcham side. So a little short kick. That was barely 15 metres, but the umpire says it's okay. Taken there by Belgrave. Belgrave looking around for someone to kick to. Now he puts it onto the boot and thumps it out wide, trying to find a target. Unmarked, an uncontested mark over there. So this is a good start by Mitcham to this quarter, as it was at the latter stages of the first quarter. Up they go, ball bouncing around over there. Withers ran past it, ball on the grounds, and the mark is the tackle made. And we'll have a ball up as Peters is taken to the grounds.
Good tackle applied there by Nick Hallow, who's had a good start to this Division 1 Grand Final. As Garner from behind got the tap down. Ryan Silver with the clearance. Balled from behind there by Jackson Glossop. Was Daniel Wind as South Belgrave advanced further. Smith did really well but dropped the mark. Elms, was he pushed? He wasn't. Morrison traps it at the bottom of the pack and we'll have a stoppage. So just under 2 minutes gone here in this second quarter. Still no change to the quarter time score as Baglava just fisted it forward, looking for Perzaz on the run. Nice pick up on centre wing. Got the kick inside 50, looking for Lovell. Dropped the mark. Laughlin's there to pick up the crumbs. Crunch there by Ryan Silver. He'll follow up his own work. Got a handball away. Looking for Liam Kidd. It's Smythe that's also doing really well, but took Brodie Connolly high, who's had a really good start to this contest and goes in board. A very dangerous kick. It'll be cut off here. Duvallin read really well. Hallow has started off really well in this second quarter, but McArdle was wrapped up and we'll get a stoppage right in the middle of Tormore Reserve.
Brash, one thing South Belgrave seem to be doing this quarter, that's play on at all costs.
So looking to play the game at speed as the ball is back into the ruck contest. Taken away there, not really, because it's a tackle. And the man under there is Black.
Also, Ray, both sides are laying some real bone-crunching tackles here.
That's what grand finals are for, mate.
Garner against Belgrave in the ruck. Belgrave got the tap, but they're not going to get the clearance, and it's wrapped up well and truly. Good tackle again by Peters.
Great crowd here at Tormore. You can see him in the background there on our photo there.
Yeah.
Massive crowd.
Awesome crowd. One of the best crowds of the season. And if you don't get a good crowd at the grand final, you're never going to get one as the ball goes forward.
See you later.
That's going to be holding the ball. Really good tackle coming in there by Glossop. And he's going to take the free kick. He plays on quickly to Barton Smith. Now they thump it forward. Inside 50, where are the big men? Up they fly. Ball on the ground. Here's a chance. A little snap there from Pertzis, but he's off target. It's still in though. Bouncing and eventually it goes out of bounds in the forward pocket. And we'll have a throw in. So no change to the quarter time score. 3-3-21. Plays 2-2-14. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They'll be happy with that. Mitcham didn't concede the behind. It would have ended in South Belgrave's hands if it did, as Lovell took it out of ruck. Fake the handball, goes the check side! Tom Lovell, you absolute superstar! That is a brilliant finish from ruck. That's his first. Mitcham's third, 3-2-20. South Belgrave 3-3-21 after 4 minutes.
That's a good goal. That is copybook turning the opposition inside out. You know.
Boundary.
We go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, this is quite phenomenal how this has started. 3 turnover goals to South Belgrave versus 3 clearance goals to Mitcham. So they're just playing right into their strengths at the moment.
So
how's that wind going down there? Is that going across the ground, boys?
I'm not feeling too much down here at the moment, Ray, but it does sort of get up and have short bursts of being quite windy down here.
Doesn't look terribly significant, but may come into play. It's taken there by Kidd, who takes it and thumps it forward. South Belgrave go inside 50. Smith taking on a solid tackle on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have the ball up. What a cracking goal that was for the Mitcham side. So up it goes. In the ruck, it's Morrison going to the ruck that time as the ball has come forwards for Mitcham, and they get it out of the contest for the moment. Awkward bounce, trying to get his hands on it. There was Withers, went past him though. Now it's in the hands there of Lua. Haven't called his name too much today. Gets it forward. Mark taken there by Peters. Goes inside 50. Mark almost taken there by Kylie. Ball on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So 5 played, margin is a point. Up it goes again. Up they go in the ruck. It's taken out of the ruck that time by Belgrave and smothered on the ground. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So it's a bit of a stoppage fest at the moment, but it's South Belgrave by a point.
Paul, you can't in the set center.
The tackles are 8 apiece in this quarter.
So ball toss back up. Belgrave got it out near this centre wing side as Elms clears his defensive lines, maybe not for long. Walls, it didn't bounce didn't favour him as Connolly just slapped it forward, looking for Charlie Peters out wide, looking for wide, drifting to the right and out of bounds on the fall. Again to Paul Yukoni in the stats centre.
The clearances this second term are 6-4 the way of Mitcham.
There was a poor disposal there by Wine.
Boundary.
Didn't lower his eyes.
We go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, Ryan Silver's just come off the ground limping. He's getting a little bit of treatment on his right leg at the moment. He looks in some serious pain, so just keeping an eye on that one.
That would really hurt for South Belgrave as Belgrave with the ground ball get. High up and under kick, Parenti. Umpire called play on. It was still strong hands. Down the line he goes. Lachlan in a one-on-one. Got some space. Cherry tried to tap it forward but couldn't. Applied another tackle. Some really good efforts right alongside him, and we'll get a ball up right at the tip of the centre square. Mitcham attacking half. They've done really well once again at the start of this quarter as the ball is tossed back up. Mitch Garner tapped it down. It's Tyree Slow. Tried to garnish a kick. Couldn't go too far, and Wind is wrapped up by Jesse Smythe, and we'll get a ball up.
So you've got to love your work colleagues when they both come in 2 burgers so far, and I'm standing here as hungry as can smell it wafting into the caravan. absolute cruelty. Taking on the ground, it's going to be a free kick going the way of Mitcham. They're playing quickly. Out wide it goes. Little kick down the line, and the mark is taken. They'll go inside 50 here, Mitcham. There's the kick to the hot spot. Who can get up? It goes right over the back. Mark not taken there, trying to get his hands on it was Cherry. They're still alive though, and they decide to go out wide. It's not a good kick though. It's gone to nobody, and all they can do is watch it go out of bounds. And they'll have a throw in, but still on attack. So we're none the wiser on who's going to win this one. It's been a great game so far. South Belgrave by a point.
Mitcham are really frustrating South Belgrave at the moment with that in and under and close tactic. South Belgrave, they want to run the ball, but they can't get the ball on their terms at the moment.
Oh, they've stolen the ball. It was Smythe who took it out of his opponent's hands, gets it to the hot spot. Parente, that's going to be a free kick. Almost got his head taken off. So that's going to be a free kick too, and this will be a very kickable one for Jake. You wouldn't expect him to miss this, but I've said that so many times this year. So he should go back and slot this, and this will give Mitcham the lead once again. So Jake Parente, the VFL star, of course, has managed to get back towards the back end of the season, play a few games for his home club, and I'm sure they've been very pleased about that. He's kicked 1 today, so this will be his second if he can slot this, and it'll give Mitcham the lead with that 8.5 minutes second quarter. So it'll take an age to line it up. Very deliberate approach. Here he comes, Jake. Finally starts the approach. This to put Mitcham in front in this Division 1 Grand Final from Tormore Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's on its way. He gets it. So second goal of the day for Big Jake. And Mitcham take the lead. It is 4-2-26 to 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've had just coming up to 9 minutes gone second term.
Yeah, they just getting at the moment. Mitcham are doing exactly what they intend to do. Their game plan is to deny South Belgrave as much possession and hurt them wherever they can.
And just control the game. That's right. They don't have to kick it long. Just chip it around and wait for an opening.
So Mitcham in front. They've been on top in the first 9 minutes of this second quarter, but South Belgrave are pushing forward now. The tap from Hwex got it out to Caulfield. When it kick off the ground, it'll only find the hands of Charlie Peters. Handball was cut off by Zach Horsey. Another effort there from Horsey, forces it out of bounds. True centre wing, far side. So just as we go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Done and looks to be going back on the ground.
Some good news for South Belgrave fans as they get the free kick here. Go to the half-forward flank. Alps flew from behind, chopping off the arms. It'll be Mitch Garner that got this free kick. Smith was lurking around that pack. He might get hands on this ball now. Just fell short of him. Wraps up his opponent in Nick Hallow, who's had a really good start to this quarter. Nick Hallow stepped it up in midfield as ball will be tossed back up in a very dangerous spot for Mitcham. Baglava, again another ruck gather. Kicks a high up and under one, and it was cut off by Darcy Walls in the middle of the ground with the quarter sleeves on. Goes to the forward pocket, looking for Castle Dine. Just fell short of him. Garner out the back. Couldn't keep it in, and we'll have a boundary thrown right in front of the scoreboard retreat. Mitcham 4-2-26 leading South Belgrave 3-3-21. 10.5 minutes.
He needed to take that Mark Carlson on because he had no one with him. He had 5 metres.
So umpire to throw it in. Up they fly. Almost a head out there from Castledine. Ball towards the boundary. Might have gone back over, I think. No, it's still an over there. The umpire says play on. Eventually it's going to get taken across. Tackle coming in there from Bartels, and he might have given away a free kick here.
No, he's been rewarded.
He's been rewarded with a free kick, so Bartels it is. He's going to go back. This is a really tough one. He's on a very acute angle. So we saw Jake Parente kick an early one from a similar position in the match, but this will be take all his skills, I would say. Bartels, very good play. He's having a terrific season. It's on its way. Tries to sort of go the banana. It's not going to have the distance zone. It's been punched through by Lovell and seen through for a minor score. So Mitcham in front still on this match, the big Division 1 grand final, but only by 4 points. 26 plays 22, and we've had 11.5 minutes, and Mitcham to bring it back here.
So Wex goes out to the far side. Plenty of players parked underneath this. South Belgrave have the most, but they can't keep it in, and we'll have a boundary thrown right in front of, again, a big contingent of supporters. The crowd, I feel like it might still continue to grow throughout this contest, despite the gloomy conditions here at Tormore Reserve, as the ball about to be tossed back into play. Lovell up against Garner. It's Garner, try to take it out of ruck. South Belgrave will still manage to get this clearance. Looking for Smith with the strong hands. Got in front of his man, and Tim Smith. Well, South Belgrave have gone on top the last couple of minutes, and this is a chance for the Saints to get back the lead after 12.5 minutes here in this second quarter from the reigning Division 2 best and fairest. He could poll pretty highly in the Division 1 best and fairest this year, the former Demon. As he comes in now, will kick from probably just inside the 50-metre arc or right on it. Looks pretty decent off the boot. It is there. Tim Smith with his second, and South Belgrave's fourth. They hit the front 4-4-28. Mitcham 4-2-26. Just under 13 minutes played here.
Gee, when Tim Smith gets onto it, he gets onto it. That was a huge quick kick. And just before we go boundaries, I think one of the reasons why South Belgrave have been better in the last 10 minutes, Mitch Garner is getting a lot of the ball. He's contesting the stoppages, but he's winning the ball around the ground now.
Down to the boundary with Dylan.
Yeah, I regret to inform you guys that South Belgrave have broken the chain of events there, so that was the first goal from stoppage for them.
So one out of the middle by Garner. He's having a huge game. He's doing well on the right, kicked a couple of goals as well. And of course, the big twin tower starting to wreak a bit of havoc along with Smith. Now they come forward again, Mitcham. Well, that's a big tackle. He ran into, in fact, he's been rewarded. Free kick to South Belgrave was fair enough, and they come forward again. You just get the feeling the tide is just turning a little bit here as Kid gets the handball off. Now they just try to go inside 50. Pressure on Wax. Gets it back, but he's turned it over. Taken there by White. He's thrown to the ground by Cherry. The umpire says we'll have a ball up.
He's copped it. I was about to say it was Daniel Winder who copped it, but Kane Black.
It was Kidd, I think, under there in the end. So up they fly as the ball is tossed up again. Knocked down. Ball comes bobbling around over there. It's great
What a
work
grab.
there. It's terrific work there by Peters, it was, who got away from the contest. Now it's in the hands of Lachlan, who floats one into the middle of the ground. They thump it forward through Horsey, trying to find a mark. Oh, it's been dropped over there. Robertson put it down. There's all sorts of screams from the crowd.
The umpire actually has paid the mark before he actually controlled it. That is very, very lucky.
Very fortuitous in South Belgrave.
And they get 25. That just adds insult to wound, really.
Double whammy.
That's a bit of a blow as Jay Robertson will take this free kick and launch it inside 50. Read by Jesse Uren, who'll go back on his mark. Got Byron Wright short, uses him.
Someone might say some poetic justice was dished out there.
Right, that's not a great kick. It's cut off there by Peters. Launches one inside 50. May parked underneath this, takes the strong mark. It's probably been Mitcham's best defender in this contest.
That was great work by Elms. He wasn't in the contest, but he made sure Smith wasn't going to get into it.
As May goes to this broadcast side, Lovell parked underneath this. He's taken the most contested marks this season, and he showed wide there. Looks for his fellow ruckman in Baglava. Got two bites of the cherry and took the mark. Right in front of us out here in the van. Goes to set half forward flank here, looking for Lachlan in a 2-on-1. Affected the contest, will pick up the ground ball. Hamill away looking for Samuel Carney. Was he pushed out by Kidd? Legally, said the umpire. And Liam Kick a go to this far side, looking for Caden Black. It just bounces away from him. Huex got the handball back to Josh Duvalin. Got a short option here, uses him. It just goes over the top of David McArdle, who kept it in. Goes onto his left. Down the line he goes. Liu will be able to tap this out of bounds, or in fact keeps it in. Just the handball, and South Belgrave will be able to clear. Peters was run down, but still got the kick away. Garner flew from the side on the ground. South Belgrave had the numbers, including Taylor Garner, who followed up his own work. Got a handball away. Looking for Black, goes out of bounds.
I'll tell you what, Garner was lucky he saw that coming and he ducked, because his head was going into the scoreboard.
Would have been bouncing down the other end of Tormore Reserve as the umpire gets set to throw it in. So what a game this is turning into. As the ball goes back into the ruck. Beglava got the tap down and he took possession of the ball, but he can't clear it as Morrison takes the tackle, makes the tackle. The umpire to throw it in again. So 28-26, what a game. 16.5 gone second quarter. Won by Beglava out towards the boundary. Uren was there, but it's South Belgrave are going to bring it away through Bartels. Good strong work, but the kick is smothered as he gets it to a teammate in number 24, Kidd. It's all pretty untidy over there on the far side, and Carney happy just to watch it go over the boundary, and we'll have another ball in. So back to the boundary, Jared Beanlands.
And starting to come down at this point. It seems to be settling in potentially.
So not what we want as the umpire gets set to throw it in over on the far side.
I'm sure not what the boundary riders want as well as the ball.
Just if it was you, Josh, you'd be out of there by
yeah,
now.
I'd be in the van already as the ball tossed back into play. Jesse Uren got this clearance. Inside 50, looking for Parenti on the lead. Dropped the mark from behind Robertson, wrapped up Parenti. We'll get a forward 50 stoppage for the Tigers.
I reckon it won't be before too long before they get the lights on here, because it is starting to get very dark.
It is starting to become a bit doom and gloom out here at the home of the Baronia Football Club as Morrison got the tap down looking for Liu, who was held without it. And the former Roval man, South Belgrave Junior, Listerfield Junior 2, will take this free kick. Goes down the line to true centre wing, far side, Huex. There's a free kick being paid, and it's going to go in the direction of Mitcham's Riley Nicholas. Huex could have taken the mark there, but the umpire still pays the free kick to Mitcham. It's in fact going to Danny Baglava, who's at true centre wing. Yes, there's an umbrella in the background there that's just about to be blown away with this wind as well out here at Tormore Reserve. Down the line, Baglava goes looking for Lovell again. That ruck duo has well and truly been on top for Mitcham in this contest as Lovell goes back on his mark. There's a free kick, in fact, being paid. It might be going to Jesse Cherry. It is. So Cherry, who's had a really good season, named in the Team of the Year squad for Division 1. Could be a potential candidate for the Team of the Year as well with the season he's had up forward and in midfield. Will go inside 50. Plenty of players parked underneath this, including Ryan Silver, who's back onto the ground. Wheels onto his legs. It's a very dangerous kick. Caulfield read it well, but Hartz did better. Goes to true centre wing, looking for Garner. South Belgrave are on the one way here. Goes into the middle of the ground, very dangerous kick. Still found his target in Brodie Connolly. Kick was slightly shanked as Caulfield affected the contest from the side. And Mitcham will get it out to Cameron Persas here.
So Mark has been dropped over there, so a little bit of pressure starting to come on and some mistakes are coming as Withers does well. Off to Morrison. Morrison puts it inside 50. It's a 2-on-1. Gets over the back of Smith. Did pretty well to at least force a contest though. They'll be happy with the stoppage here, the South Belgrave side, and they'll get it too as the stacks come on. So we've had just coming up to nearly 20 minutes gone. So we're just about in time on at the end of the second quarter. And it's South Belgrave still leading by a couple of points, 4-4-28 to 4-2-26.
Boundary.
Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 and of course Facebook and YouTube. Down to the boundary.
Yeah, off-field free kick there to Jesse Oran. He got hit off the ball by, I think that's Withers there.
So out towards the far side, taken by Nick Halo. Nick Halo finds an unmarked man. There's a few Mitcham players starting to get loose now. Now it's Mitcham to go forward. They send it long down the line. Can they get a mark? But not particularly as Garner's back there. Dropped it, but he manages to get it out. Dangerous though. Wright tries to get it. It's been socketed towards the boundary and it will go out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
So a win there for Mitcham in their attacking 50. 20 and a half minutes gone here in this second quarter. They trail by 2 points, 28 to 26. It's been an enthralling contest so far between the Tigers and the Saints as Lovell got a hand to it. Smythe was wrapped up by Liu and also Aiden Kidd, and we'll get another ball up here in Mitcham's attacking 50, just about 25 metres out to their goal. Kicking to the right of your radio dial as Lovell took it out of ruck, garnished a kick. Smythe, left foot snap, no one in the goal square, it hits the post. Bounced it in favour Smythe. And Mitcham now trial by 1, 4-3-27. South Belgrave 4-4-28. Just over 21 minutes played here.
Interesting enough, Mitcham seem like they're in control of this contest, yet they're still behind on the scoreboard. It doesn't make sense here.
Well, they're not hitting the goals, Brash. So that's the thing.
South Belgrave, is it Robbie McComb that was just outside the box here, Brash? Looked like him.
Yeah, it is.
It is. He's come down for a bit of a look. So South Belgrave with the footy. Robbie, of course, having a stellar year this year. He's gone up to the big time. The former Vermont man. He'll also be keeping an eye on his Vermont side, of course, playing this afternoon. We'll bring you an update from that game shortly. The South Belgrave still in possession of the football. We've had 21 and a half minutes gone, and it's the Saints by a point. Brave man to pick this one as Elms gets the punch, but it's still out there towards the boundary, and in fact, it's gone out of bounds. Talk about 4 seasons in one day. The sun's out again now.
And it's still raining. As just a score update from Bayswater Oval. Vermont 6 straight 36. Doncaster East 4-2-26 out there.
Okay. So not over yet by any stretch of the imagination as the umpire gets set to throw it in far side.
It'll be Baklava up against Morrison. Baklava, the bigger body, again just took it out of ruck. We've seen him do that many times today. It was Mitch Garner that read it well though. The kick inside 50 doesn't favour any of his teammates and it goes out of bounds. Again, right in front of the scoreboard. 22 and a half minutes gone. Saints lead 28 to 27. Thank you for tuning in to this Division 1 Grand Final. Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube as the ball tossed back into play. Baklava, big fist forward, dominating in ruck. It only finds the waiting hands of Philip Costa, who managed to get a handball away, but Wright took it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So not too much happening these last couple of minutes. With the Saints won't mind. They're on top of this contest. It's the ball set to be tossed back into play. Garner and Baklava and Thorling duel for most of this contest. Baklava got front position and got the tap down, but it's Liam Kidd with the toe poke inside 50 from the clearance. Ball goes out of bounds. So a win there for the Saints. We'll get another forward 50 stoppage.
So umpire to throw it in. We've had 23 and a half minutes in the second term. And there's a point the difference. What a grand final this is turning into. Very hard fought. Morrison it was who got into the ruck that time, knocked it down. Smith tries to get hands on it, and in the end he can only just batter it across the boundary. So a late goal here would be pretty timely. Let's see if it can come as the umpire gets set to throw it in again.
So I reckon there might be only a minute or two left in this half.
Can't be long. Hasn't been a huge amount of goals as the ball is thrown in, but the umpire's whistle goes free kick. Goes the way of Mitcham, sorry. and they'll be able to clear. It's in the hands of the big man Belgrave, looking around for someone to kick to. Needs to be sure by foot, thumps it down the line, up they fly, and the mark is taken there by Garner. He's been one of the stars. That's big Mitch Garner.
Brash, you got the two big ruckmen, one in the middle of the ground and the other one down defence, both doing a good job for their sides.
Garner finds Lou in the middle of the ground, and South Belgrave will come forward for a late onslaught. Here's the kick. Where's Smith? Not there at the moment as the ball gets out the back. There he is. He will get hands on it, but he may struggle to get clear. In fact, he's fumbling it, and they've got it away. And in the end, they did all right, Mitcham, and they thump it away out of defence.
As Smythe did really well to pressure Silver, but managed to get a backwards tap. Liu started the chain of handballs, but won't receive it. Lachlan got a man all on his own, inside 50, and that man is Samuel Carney. Bounce doesn't favour him. He might still run onto this, picks up the ball, does really well, and it was smothered by Darcy Walls! That is absolutely brilliant from Darcy Walls.
That is the spoil of the year.
It's not
the century.
He did almost come up to him like a librarian, did Darcy Walls, as the kick in taken, kid under pressure, still got the handball away.
That was extraordinary, as it's Costa who puts the ball on his thumb. That was, I can't believe that. I just don't believe what I've just watched. So South Belgrave thump it downfield. That could be the, if I tell you what, if it was won by a goal, that could be the moment of the match. Mitcham though to bring it forward. There's the kick out towards the big man number 27, and Purchase can't take the mark. Now it's on the ground as they soccer it forward, but it's South Belgrave with the football. Kidd goes right across into a teammate in Garner. He's been pretty good. In fact, he's been very good, the big man. Garner goes out wide to a teammate, just chipping it from one side to the other, trying to just work it into position. Now the kick finds Kylie. South Belgrave just happy to control it. Back to Kidd now. Liam puts it onto the left boot, comes to this broadcast side. There's a lot of loose men out here at the moment. Connolly takes it. Loose men everywhere, and he goes down the line. There's another one in black. So Mitcham obviously quite happy just to hang on here as they go inside 50. A mark is taken. It's come. Oh, brilliant mark. Who's there, boys?
It's Taylor Garner.
It is.
That is probably the first time today that South Belgrave have worked the ball from the wing. They've lowered their eyes. They've just chipped the ball around, and in the big lead by Garner, and they should get the reward.
I was waiting for it to be Smith, but it wasn't Smith on that occasion. It was the big man Garner. The Twin Towers up forward, and he'll try and kick his third. And this will give South Belgrave a little bit of, in fact, it'll give them the lead. As the siren goes, it's on its way, and he's kicked it. So right on half-time, Garner puts it through, and South Belgrave have taken the lead, 5-4-34 to 4-4-28. Here's Josh with the major goal kickers from the first half.
For South Belgrave, it is the Twin Towers up for the ex-AFL superstars. Taylor Garner with 3, Tim Smith with 2, whilst for Mitcham, Jake Parenti also has 2, Samuel Carney and Tom Lovell with singles. Well, a very enthralling first half out here at Tormore Reserve. What will the second half bring us? We'll go to an ad break here, and when we return, we'll have the halftime show. We'll discuss a very interesting first half out here between the Saints and the Tigers in the Division 1 Grand Final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Division 1 Grand Final, South Belgrave versus Mitcham. Half time out here at Tormore Reserve. It is South Belgrave 5-4-34, leading the Tigers 4-4-28. A goal just before the siren there from Taylor Garner, giving South Belgrave a half-time lead. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Jared Beanland and Dylan Smith on the half-time show. Boys, on the boundary this afternoon, been a very interesting first half. Competitive from both sides, Dylan, and Mitcham are well and truly in this game. If they can certainly control the likes of your Taylor Garners and Tim Smith, keep them to a somewhat limited impact in that second half, certainly can win this flag.
Yeah, absolutely. I've loved this game so far. It's really interesting from a tactical standpoint, and just going through those, I've been sort of commenting on them from the boundary, but the turnover goals, 4-0 in favour of South Belgrave from turnover, and clearance, it's Mitcham, 4-1. So they're both teams really playing into their strengths. Obviously, we know that South Belgrave like that turnover game. They like to sort of move the ball from half back, and at times they've done that pretty well. It probably has been that final kick that Ray spoke about on the call. I still think that overall, you'd rather have that South Belgrave profile where you're getting the ball from turnover, you're able to move it up, and you've got those dangerous forwards. We haven't really seen the dangerous forwards go to work as much as maybe we thought, especially Smith. Garner's been pretty dangerous down there, but hasn't sort of dominated inside forward 50. But Mitcham have got to be wrapped with their presence in this game. What they've been able to do from clearance, it's so dangerous to have Lovell at in the air and at ground level.
Well, that probably begs to our next question. How important are Lovell and Baglava? If they're going to win it, and they've had a really good first half, both of them, they're going to have another continue that form into the second half, because I mean that's almost your blueprint on how you get them.
Yeah, I mean, as Dylan just mentioned, the scores from clearances seem to be the strength of Mitcham, and not only are Baglava and Lovell going to be important for that, they're really good around the ground as well, especially Lovell. I mean, we've seen him a couple of times already this
Basically
year.
Basically a midfielder with what he can do at ground level.
He's a rock rover. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like the one thing for me is that goal for South Belgrave right at the end. It just felt inevitable. They left it late, but it felt inevitable. It felt like they were always going to score that last goal of the quarter, just because of they've had general control of the play. They've been able to keep hands on the ball and transition it well enough. It's, as you've said, that last kick inside forward 50, and that's to Mitcham's defence, their credit, essentially.
I just think one thing that they've kind of let go a little bit here, South Belgrave, is that marking at the clearance. They've sort of let Mitcham do exactly what they want to do, and I think I don't want to say it's arrogance on their behalf, but they sort of, I guess they want to play the way they want to play and haven't really given Mitcham the credit in that area, and they've just sort of done as they please, and I think that's the main reason Mitcham are in this game.
How do you see the second half playing out? Because at the moment, it's pretty much all square. It's goal in it. I've liked the looks of, obviously, their midfield, Mitcham. They've got some really young blokes in there, the Halo brothers, Barton Smith, who's now wearing 59 after losing his jumper quite early on in that game.
They've got
100%. And then Prenti up forward from the last time we saw him, Dylan, makes a big difference. And I know he's kicked 2 goals, I think, or 1 goal. 2 goals. He's kicked 2 goals. He takes a key defender. It just gives it a bit of a chance for some other players as well to get involved. But they're certainly going to need him probably to kick another couple, considering that Taylor Garner is looking very threatening up forward.
100%, and he definitely straightens them up, doesn't he? You see them when they're driving the ball from those clearances inside 50. Previous games we've watched them, it's been a bit of a kick in there, hope it gets to ground level.
Bit of a chaos
ball, and players like Uren get in there and try and do something classy. But no, he straightens them up, and he looms as a massive danger in this second half.
It's interesting what the weather will do in the second half as well, because if it keeps raining, it's going to become more slippery, and then the key forwards are going to start dropping those marks.
Favour either side?
I'd say it favours Mitcham.
Yeah, it starts to rain in this second half.
100%, just because of their clearance dominance.
Yep.
And if they are able to take a little bit more territory, especially, and lock up those forward 50 stoppages, they look super dangerous from those. So even if they get an inside 50 and it gets to the line, they can really do damage. I think the player we've got to touch on here from South Belgrave, though, is Tim Smith. Hardly touched the footy in this first half.
But still has 2 goals, does he?
3 by my count.
3? I think Taylor Garner's got his 3.
I marked 1 for...
And he's got 2, so...
Hardly seen him.
Well, he hasn't really had that much of an impact, but up forward, once he's had his chances, he's taken them. And that's all you've got to do if you're Tim Smith at the moment. He's not going to... I mean, we've seen that throughout the season, he can rack up your 25 touches and 5 goals as well. It's probably not that sort of day for him. I heard a couple of rumours about hamstring problems before the game and whatnot. I don't know if that's true, and whether they're going to just play him up forward, but we'll see how he plays in the second half. Just an update in the preliminary final out at Bayswater Oval in Premier Division. Vermont 7-1-43 to Doncaster East 4-2-26. I believe that is a half-time score. Got a minute here before we jump off and let the call team get back into it. Boys, I'll start with you, Jared. Your tip in the second half. Can Mitcham pull off the unthinkable?
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see if they can be the only team that finally beat South Belgrave this year. I would say, I've got South Belgrave to just hold on to this one. It looks like the weather's going to stay a little cleaner this half, so it's South Belgrave for me.
I agree. I think they've still got control of the game, in my opinion, and I think they've got more levers to pull. So if they need to put a Tim Smith into the midfield, if the clearances are getting way out of hand, they can always do that. And I just think their ball movement and class is going to save them.
Yeah, they certainly can throw the magnets around. I'm also backing South Belgrave to finish this one off, but I hope this goes right down to the final siren, because it's been a fantastic first half here. We're going to go back to an ad break and then jump in for the third quarter. The Division 1 Grand Final, South Belgrave leave Mitcham 5-4-34 to 4-4-28.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to the Division 1 Grand Final between South Belgrave and Mitcham. It's the Saints with an after the siren goal from Taylor Garner that lead 5-4-34 to 4-4-28. He has 3, Tim Smith has 2. They're looming large in that forward line once again. Brett Beston, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird. It's all set up to be a really grandstand finish out here because the first half it was quite an intense contest.
Look, it was a real grand final battle, both the first 2 quarters, but that's why I think that now this quarter, either side, one of them's going to just break out and get 2 or 3 goals in a hurry, and then maybe we'll have another dire bloody battle again, for the rest of the quarter.
I think, Brash, I think you said one side would get sort of 2 or 3 goals quickly, and maybe this will be the quarter that it happens.
Yeah, look, and I just wonder whether Mitcham are playing a very high possession denial type game, trying to deny South Belgrave off their run. I just sort of feel like that they've got to get a lot more. They've got to get a bit more reward for effort for what they put for their output, because if they turn the ball over, South Belgrave have just got those twin towers. If they kick the ball, start kicking the ball long, and both Garner and Smith can get some separation to offer their midfield some options, I think they're in trouble, Mitcham.
See, the two guys we've just been talking about, both ex-AFL, Garner and Smith, already half a game, they've kicked 5 goals between them.
The thing that keeps Mitcham in the game is the 2 ruckmen, Lovell and Baglava.
Yeah, playing really well.
We talked about them potentially getting on top of Garner, and they have done just that. They've been able to get over the top, take it out of ruck mainly, and have done a terrific job. Have both Lovell and Baglava. It's the former that's starting in ruck.
Josh, I don't know if that was a move by Galliard or not, but towards the end of that quarter, Garner wasn't winning the ruck, but then he wasn't contested in the last. They moved him back, and he was taking the intercept marks. So maybe that's the role that Garner's got to play.
Maybe
concede that you're going to get beaten in the ruck.
Third quarter underway, Brett Beston.
So, half of football left for both these sides, and of course glory at the end of it for one of them as Garner gets the tap down as Uran, who got the handball off, not a very good one. No, it's a lovely got absolutely smashed. He wouldn't be thanking him for that. And we'll have another ball up pretty much in the middle of the grounds. So if you've just joined us, it's 6 points in favour of South Belgrave, but it'll be a brave man to say either way which way this one's going to go as Kid fumbles, goes in and makes the tackle. It's a good response from him. And we'll have another ball up. So Mitcham made so much of the play in that first half, but South Belgrave just got on top in that second quarter. Garner managed to got the head out down towards Kidd. Ball on the ground again, taken there by Nick Halo, and the tackle is made. So it'll be really interesting to see what the respective coaches said at the break as the umpire throws it up again. Pushing and shoving in the ruck. Kidd, he's played pretty well, Kidd. He's had plenty of the footy. Takes it there, but he might, no, I was going to say done for holding the ball, but he gets it off. And the umpire says, what's he paid? Free kick. So I think he was done for
incorrect disposal.
Incorrect disposal. So Kidd it is, who sends it long. And the South Belgrave to come forward on attack out towards the boundary, taken over there by Garner. In fact, it's not Garner, it's someone else.
Caden Black.
Caden Black goes long towards the contest. Punched away there by the big number 23 in McCardle. Ball on the ground of the contest again, scrambling, and it'll be another ball up. Pretty much in the middle of the ground where most of the players been in the early stages of this third quarter.
So let's see if someone can break open this game early on as the ball tossed back up. Baglava got the tap only in the direction of Liam Kidd. His kick is very high up and under one. Smith might be able to run onto this. Boundary line might beat him. It doesn't. Pushed out. Zach Helms got the handball away to Jack Morrison. Deeper inside 50 he goes. Wind with the smart tap, but Mitcham have the numbers. They'll be able to clear out wide. It's David McArdle, who's provided a good release option from the wing, goes down the line. Lachlan in a one-on-one, got a bit of separation. Shrugged off his tackler, but was forced out of bounds in the end. Good effort there by young Jordan Nuka, who's been a good story for South Belgrave this year. Made his senior debut and has been a consistent performer in the senior lineup as ball about to be tossed back into play right in front of us in the van out here at Tormore Reserve on true centre wing as Danny Baglava will go up against Mitch Garner once more. They lock horns. Baglava the tap down to Hallow. Barton Smith didn't get the handball away. Tyrese Lou will take this free kick. He had a man on the inside, ignores him. There was a handball option as well, and Darcy Wells, who had that spectacular smother in that second quarter, instead just launches one inside 50. And there's a holding free kick. It's going to go to Taylor Garner. Wheels onto his right. It looks good. It is there. Taylor Garner with the first of this second half. It's his fourth of the game. South Belgrave 6-4-40, Mitcham 4-4-28. Could that be the fire starter for the Saints, Brash and Ray?
Yes, it certainly could. It was a great mark, but he just turned casually on his right foot from the 50-metre line, and it's gone through.
Yes, he caught the South Belgrave opponent napping there. He wasn't concentrating enough, Ray.
No, the Mitcham opponent.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
right.
Ray, Mitcham opponent.
Yeah, I reckon he thought he was going to go back and take the set shot, but he just played on and bang, went through. So back in the middle, up they fly, one by level out of the middle, and it'll be there's Kid again. He's getting plenty of football.
He's been in and under from the word go.
Yeah, so we'll have another ball up. Sunshine at the moment out at Tormore, but we're reliably informed there's some very nasty weather coming over the back of us, which we hope stays away as it's knocked out into the contest. Oh, a little funny little ball behind there. The ball on the grounds, taken by one of the Mitcham players. That's Hello of the Nick variety. Gets spragged to the ground by Peters. In fact, play on, says the umpire. I thought he was going to blow the whistle. So Nick Hello goes out wide, trying to find a contest, but great mark over there by Silver.
Silver's been very good back there today.
Solid as a rock as he goes out wide and finds a teammate. A little ball back. So South Belgrave just looking for that opening. Little short kick there. Finds Morrison. He's been good as well on this to right about centre wing.
As he looks down the line, Taylor Garner parked underneath this. Flew, dropped the mark. Lovell on hands and knees. Is wrapped up by Tim Smith.
I think out of the two that they brought in, I think Morrison's performed much better than what Castledine is. Certainly no replacement for Damien Garner.
Ball toss back up as Baglava just
the
pushed the umpire.
Umpire's gone.
He's gone. He's just gone down like a sack of sparks.
I think Baglava, Baglava was contesting the ruck and the umpire just, I'm not too sure what happened there.
Concussion rule?
I tell you what, he went down like he'd been shot. He went down very quickly, but he looks a bit stunned, but I think he's okay.
Sniper's bullet from somewhere.
See, they're all laughing about it. How often does that happen?
I have sympathy for the umpire.
I hope he's got work cover.
Ball toss back up. Far side, South Belgrave attacking half. Can't keep it in, Canadian Kid.
Might be the first time in history the umpires tried to lay a hip and shoulder.
I almost feel that Mitcham need the next goal here.
Yeah, they do, Brad.
They really do need a goal.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's just looking a little bit ominous. If South Belgrave get the next one, suddenly they're 3 goals clear, and it's going to be quite difficult to come back. Bartels puts it onto the big kid, it is in fact. Goes long, but it's a bit too long, and it's going to go out of bounds, but nonetheless, they get a stoppage in the forward pocket.
Big win there for South Belgrave, I reckon.
Yeah, so this is danger times.
This is where Garner becomes very dangerous.
So, let's see. He's had a terrific day so far in the ruck, Big Mitch.
No, the other one
the other Garner.
about, Taylor.
So, and it goes. Working to the front there is Baglava. Knocks it down in the hands there of Hello, who got a short ball away. It's nice work, and it's Uren who gets it out. So they do well to survive. Out towards the boundary, pummeled on there by McLaughlin. Hasn't had a huge day. He's kicked plenty of goals, 32 of them in fact, but he hasn't really got near it too much today. And we'll have a throw in far side of the grounds.
Maybe push him up into midfield for Guy Lachlan. He is capable of doing that, going on the inside and getting clearances and creating chances. As the ball tossed back up, Garner from behind. Peters tried to fend off on Jesse Uren, couldn't though. Umpire pings him. Hello was looking for the advantage, bumped into the banner out there on the far side, the Division 1 Final Series banner, as Hello goes down the line. Cherry affected the contest and picks up the ground ball. Did really well inside 50, looking for pizzazz. Did really well. As a high up and under kick in a dangerous spot. Is the mark taken? Umpire calls play on. Jesse Smythe got a handball away. It's South Belgrave that have the numbers in defence, and they'll be able to clear through Caden Black, although the kick's not that great. His teammate slipped over. Jesse Uren up against Jack Morrison, and the ball is forced out of bounds. So a hectic bit of play there, but a bit of breathing room for both sides.
They would have liked reward for their effort then, Mitcham.
So as we said, they can really do with the next goal.
An opportunity gone there.
Umpire throws it in. So a fair bit of pushing and shoving, but it's Garner who wins it. Belgrave tries to go in there and get it again, but it's taken there by, I think that's Peters. He's wrapped up on the ground.
You can see that South Belgrave are really hitting the contest really hard and are trying to impact every contest in this third quarter.
But goes another hit out for Garner. I'd love to see his stats today, the hit out wise. Goes in and gets it again. Now South Belgrave come forward. Kick out towards nobody in particular. It's taken nicely over there by Nicholas. So Riley Nicholas looking around for someone to kick to. Sends it down the line. Plays the safe option. Up they fly. Mark not...
Good mark.
In fact, it is a mark over there. Great grab. So Mitcham just controlling the footy at the moment as they thump it inside 50, or they'll go towards the edge of the 50. Up they fly. Ball gets over the back. South Belgrave, they get it away, thumped out wide, and that's a good mark taken over there by Garner. In fact, though he hasn't taken the mark, it's gone out of bounds.
Yeah, it went off the South Belgrave's leg there, and out of bounds.
Out of bounds on the full, so free kick to Mitcham.
It's Samuel Carney, whose kick was smothered, and another boundary throw in. So another missed opportunity for the Tigers there. It's still in their attacking half, but they would have rather it been inside 50. Instead, it's about 60 metres out from their goal on the far side as up go Baglava and Garner. Baglava just took it out of ruck with the kick, and Keeley, with the courageous effort there, took the mark on the half-back flank far side. Eye starting to centre wing. His kick isn't that great, and it'll go out of bounds before Bryce Hards could keep it in. And get a boundary throw in. 9 minutes gone in this third quarter. South Belgrave in danger of tearing this game open if you're a Mitcham fan. They're 6-4 40 to 4-4 28 out here in the Division 1 Grand Finals. Baglava found Jesse Uren. Goes to a big back of players. Connolly with the spoil from behind. Hallow again with the ground ball. Short chipping Opson and Jesse Uren, who's on the runway, will set sail for home and through for a minor score. 4-5-29 the Tigers, the Saints 6-4 40, 9.5 minutes gone in this third quarter.
So he's entitled to have a crack because there was not too many players to kick to, but goes through for a minor score. But they're hanging around Mitcham, 11 points the margin. So South Belgrave to bring it back in. Taking an age to get the kick away, but eventually they just thump it down the middle of the ground, where the big man gets over the back. Riley Nicholas takes possession. Good work from him. Gets it back to a teammate, and Mitchell will go forward again. Once again, ball gets out the back. Chasing back there, the South Belgrave defenders, but it's been picked up well by Lachlan. Gets a handball off to no one in particular. That's Uren, goes in and gets it. And he snapped a goal. That's a goal. Now, did Perrine get the last touch? I think he did.
Yeah, Parente kicked the goal.
It was Uren who got the kick inside 50, and Big Jake, what's he playing here, the umpire? No, he's just telling them to go away. And Parente got it and he snaps it through, so that's the one that Mitcham needed. So Big Jake gets number 3 for the day. And there's a bit of how's your father going on here in the goal square. A bit of pushing and shoving. So it's back to a 5-point game. Anyway, 6-4 40 plays 5-5 35. And we're 10 minutes gone in the third term.
Well, all the forwards are having an impact in this grand final. Parenti for Mitcham, Smith and Garner for South Belgrave.
Ball toss back up. Garner got the tap down. Lovell, though, follows up his own work. Nick Hallow bursting his way through from the stoppage, looking for Baklava. Affected the contest. Lou on the ground. Doesn't work for him. Lachlan with the innovative handball. Got it to Jesse Smythe on the run. This would be a great goal, but it's just gone out of bounds on the full. He's been threatening Jesse Smythe, still hasn't kicked the goal, just the two behind, and that out of bounds on the full is...
Well, I'll let him off there. I don't reckon he had too many options there.
No, he didn't. So. As Darcy Walls, he couldn't have picked a worse place to take this kick in, right in front of a big contingent of Mitcham supporters, and I'll be forced to go back. They're loving it, the Mitcham faithful, as you can probably see in the background. Darcy Walls,
Lee, you better play that ad again.
He's going down the line. Garner with the fly from behind. Wine. Did he get rid of it legally? He did. Handball over the top. It finds the hands of Bryce Hards, who started to step it up the last couple of minutes. As I say that, though, he turns it over. Carney going inside 50, looking for Smythe. Drop the mark. Will he be able to pick up this ground ball? It'll be Ryan Silver that leads the foot race. Smythe, though, does really well. Bounce favoured him. Out the back. There's a free kick being paid, and it is going to Mitcham.
Yep, Smythe.
So Jesse Smythe will go back here. I'm not too sure if he has the distance on him. This would be a really impressive goal. As I said before, he's been threatening with just the two behinds. We'll just set it up. Got Parenti on short. Courageous effort there, Liam Kidd. Goes back on this mark as the Saints look to rebound.
So a bit of a nothing kick in the end, and Kidd just cut it off quite comfortably as the ball goes out towards the far side on the ground. And stacks on, and the umpire says we'll ball it up again.
The difference there is Tim Smith probably would have got the distance with that kick.
Yeah.
Smythe, no way.
He should have gone the 12. So umpire to throw it up again. Garner it was. He got the tap down, taken out of the middle there by Kidd. Little handball away. And ball on the ground in contest. Free kick going the way of Mitcham, I think. No, it's
free kick to Uren.
The umpire. So Jesse Uren with the free kick.
Oh, now it's been reversed.
No, it's been reversed. So it's gone to South Belgrave. So I don't know what happened there. They go short, out towards the far side. Mark is taken over there. So it's going to be
Bartels.
So Bartels it is. A little short kick. And finds it. In fact, it gets over the back, but the whistle had already gone. What is the umpire?
Shepherd out.
Shepherd out. So free kick will go the way of Mitcham. So they'll survive for the moment. So Jesse Cherry puts it on the boot, drives it down the middle of the ground. Mark taken. So I think that's Cherry now with the footy. It's all these man buns. It's just ridiculous as the kick goes forward out towards the far side of the ground. It's about a 2-on-2 over there, but Mitcham come up with the footy. They go inbound and the mark is taken. Is that Lovell, I think?
No, it's Baglava.
Baglava, sorry, that's what I meant. So Baglava takes the mark, the big man.
Well, Lachlan finally has had a little bit of an impact. It was a lovely kick, a lovely weighted pass, and kicked it right into position.
So Baglava, this would put Mitcham in front.
And the momentum now has gone back to Mitcham's way. Yeah, the last 5 minutes, they've controlled most of the football.
We sort of were starting to call it South Belgrave's way, but boy, they have come back, and as Ray said, in the last 5. Baglava to put the Tigers in front. It's on its way. I don't think he likes it. He was moving the head around pretty early, and that's a wasted opportunity. So, nonetheless, they'll be on the right end of the ground, but goes through for a minor score. 4 points to margin, 6-4-40 to 5-6-36. South Belgrave to bring the ball back in.
So they've had their chances of Mitcham as Darcy Walls gets it again from the Mitcham crowd. Goes to this broadcast side. Smith parked underneath it. Took a chest mark in the end, uncontested. Got a bit of separation from Elms as he looks to go down the line to half-forward flank here. The fly from behind from Hards. Drop the mark. South Belgrave have the numbers on the ground, including Liam Kidd, although Mitcham do really well. Duvallin, was he helped without it? Wasn't. Nicholas was wrapped up. As Barnsmith tried to extract it, there's a bit going on off the ball. There was a high free kick, I think, being paid for South Belgrave. It might be going Mitcham's way now.
No, I think it's going back to South Belgrave's way.
It is going Mitcham's way. So in the end, it falls into the hands of Alex Barnsmith, looking for Baglava down the line. Liu pushed out Baglava, and Nick Hallow took Brodie Connolly high to the displeasure of the Mitcham faithful. Right in front of us out here, Tormore reservist Connolly goes down the line. Kick wasn't that great, and Randy it well. Samuel Carney started that chain of events before with the intercept, with the kick being intercepted, and he goes down the line here. Smythe with the fly from behind. He got hands to it, but couldn't take the mark. Baglava tried to don't argue on Nicholas Keeley. Did a good effort there, did Keeley, and get a ball up.
So umpire throws it up. Things starting to get a bit willing. The crowd have certainly come into the game as it's taken by Lovell, gives it to a teammate, and they're out of bounds.
Just quickly, a score update from Bayswater Oval. Vermont 57 to Doncaster East 26.
Game over.
I'll let you call that one.
So umpire to throw it in again. So grand final, it's going to be next week. It'll be Roval and Vermont, unofficially at this stage, just in case there's a minor miracle happens.
You never know. Doncaster East, they could come from the clouds.
It's going to have to be some comeback as the ball goes in. Knocked away, Kid tries to get to it. A great smother, diving smother there. And the ball is out of bounds. It was off the boot of Black. They're certainly coming to this game nicely, Mitcham. They're putting plenty of pressure on, and they've got a bit of momentum going.
Boundary. You can't deny the pressure that Mitcham have done all game.
Dylan Smith on the boundary.
Yeah, that was actually a falcon smother, so that hit him straight in the head.
We should laugh. It's not that funny as Bartels puts it on the boot, kicks down to about centre wing. Oh, that mark should have been taken, dropped over there by Nicholas. This could cost him too. It's in the hands of Kylie, who goes forward, but there's Mitcham players diving over there, but they can't take it. And in the end, they'll be happy to see it out of bounds. So one little mistake, and suddenly South Belgrave are back on attack. So, thanks for joining us this afternoon on Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube. This is the Division 1 Grand Final for 2023, and at the moment it's South Belgrave by 4 points. Umpire throws it in. Morrison goes high, but it's been knocked away by Baklava. It's going to come back. Picked up there by one of the South Belgrave players. He's wrapped up on the ground, and the umpire says we'll throw it up.
That was Nick Hallow with the tackle, and he's really stepped it up in this third quarter as the Ferntree Gully junior gets hands on this ball, bursts away from the stoppage, looking for Samuel Carney, who's in a one-on-one against Tyrese Lou. Boundary line beats them both, and our boundary riders nearly get a touch of the Sharon. Ball will be tossed back into play right in front of us in the van out here at Tormore Reserve. Mitcham 5-6-36, South Belgrave 6-4-40, 18.5 minutes gone here in this third quarter, as it's commonly known the premiership quarter. As ball tossed back up, Lovell got it down to Barton Smith. It's Kidd though with the dribbling kick off the ground. Lovell runs onto this, pushed out one, got the handball away to Barton Smith, who couldn't completely control that. A bit of misjudgment. He still gets hands on this ball. Keeley did really well, and the ball now goes out of bounds right near the Mitcham bench. They'll be pretty pleased. They stemmed the bleeding early on. 1 goal apiece in this quarter. They wouldn't mind another one to take the lead heading into three-quarter time as the ball about to be tossed back into play. The two number 18s, Lovell and Morrison, go up. No clear winner. Morrison on the ground, tried the handball back to Black, but Uren did really well. Wright went too early, misread it. It's Keeley to Braden Ryan, who was wrapped up by Hallow. Umpire will call for it. Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
The inside 50s this quarter, 8-3 the way of Mitcham.
So,
what's the inside 50 count for the game, actually, Paul?
So it's 32-28 the way of South Belgrave.
Interesting. So the ball comes out of the middle in the hands at the moment of Carney, who turns around and thumps it forward inside 50. Quick handball off. Here's a chance. Handball over the top. They must get a goal.
Oh!
Just took too long. The number 17 was Lachlan.
That's a goal-saving tackle, that.
And I think he thought he had way more
Came in like a librarian.
So I think it was Ryan that made the tackle.
What is this thing with librarians this afternoon?
Yes, the old Dennis Committee quote from years ago. It's in the hands of, that was a massive moment. There's been two key moments when really goals should have been scored.
Free kick to South Belgrave.
Free kick going the way of the Saints. So Smith has it, put it onto the boot and send it long. It's just little moments like that, though, that can turn games. And speaking of turn, they've turned it over and Mitcham to come out of defence.
Sorry, umpire called play on it, was touched off the boot, but Nick Hallow has hands on this ball. On this broadcast side, back pocket, right in front of the plenty of South Belgrave supporters. Kick wasn't that great, but May still took the mark. And 25, Castledine didn't go back on his mark, and a bit of a sigh of relief for Mitcham supporters.
He hasn't had a great day, to be fair, Castledine.
No, he hasn't. I don't think he's had a touch, I reckon, Castledine, as May goes through centre-half back to Zach Elms. He's also had a pretty decent day, goes out wide, finds Nicholas. Down the line he goes. Got Samuel Carney wide open. Looks like he stitched the man bun. Down to half-forward flank. Parenti lurking around this. Out of bounds it goes.
Carney has really lifted his work rate in the third quarter for Mitcham. He's everywhere. I wonder whether Tim Smith might just go and put himself in the middle for 5 minutes here, right?
Well, they've got to do something. But Breast, they're going back in this quarter, just bombing it into the
That's right.
Into the forward line.
There's Baklava. Pushed out one, pushed out two, but umpire pings him.
See you later, Danny.
Good effort there from Liam Kidd.
Just can't do that, sonny boy.
You know, Brass, they're bombing the ball inside 50, South Belgrave. They've got to lower their eyes.
They're not hitting, you're right, they are not hitting a target.
No.
So Liam Kidd to take the free kick, just motioning his team to go forward because there's no one to kick to at the moment. Kicks it down the line, out here at Tormore Reserve for the Dandenongs, of course. Beautiful setting for footy. Ball goes back in towards the arc, not there at Morrison, takes it away and just bangs it, hopefully, into the middle of the ground. Look at that bounce, crazy stuff. As the ball comes down, it's falling for South Belgrave, though, and they get it out wide. Don't get the mark at the moment, and it's on the ground. That might be a free kick. So Blake it was, I think, who took the ball, and the umpires pinged him. So good work, and it's going to be May. So May puts it into the middle of the ground, finds a target. Quickly playing on is Nick Halo. Nick goes down the line, trying to find a target, and he does too. That's Cherry. Tell you what, the crowd have really come into this game. They're not happy. And what's the umpire paid here? It's a free kick going to South Belgrave. What was that for? I did not see that at all.
Might have been a bit going on off the ball, which is a bit of a surprise. As down the line, Smith in this pack, couldn't affect it. Hallow, again, has really stepped it up in this third quarter. Couldn't go anywhere though. Good pressure applied there from Nick Keeley and Sean Bartels. We'll get another ball up here. True centre wing broadcast side. Baklava again nearly took it out of ruck. Cherry bustling his way through. Was wrapped up. We'll get a ball up right near the Eastland logo. Paul Yukone Stats Centre.
14-7 tackles the way of South Belgrave this quarter.
The intensity is lifted up as there's a free kick being paid to Danny Baklava. Mitch Garner isn't too happy as Baklava. He's had a really good game as well. Missed that shot, of course, earlier on in this quarter, but has done really well in ruck. Goes down the line. South Belgrave have the numbers. Lovell did really well. Smite's there on the ground. Lovell applied the tackle. Managed to get a handball away, but didn't go anywhere. Umpire will call for it just outside the Mitcham attacking 50.
So 23 minutes played in this third term, so probably not a long term, you wouldn't think. As the ball goes in, Baglava missed it that time. It's taken by Lou, who brings it out of the contest. And the mark is taken. Has it been paid? No, the umpire says no. And it'll be a ball up pretty much in the middle of the grounds. Riley Nicholas, it was. So still just a 4 points in it. Carney, excuse me, Carney it was, he got the tap. Dive he got there is Kylie. Another ball up. So plenty of stoppages at the moment as the umpire just comes in. Bright sunshine at the moment here at Tormore Reserve. It's been 4 seasons in one day after a bit of early rain. Now it was Cherry who tried to get it out of the contest. Taken there by Peters, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So we've had some 24 minutes gone, and the margin's still 4 points in favour of South Belgrave, so less than a kick in it. Out towards the boundary, little handball down the line. Here's a chance for Cherry. Gets it down the line to a teammate, but that's not a great, and Caulfield, that's about the first time we've called his name today, and he's been pinged.
Oh,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not a good
That
free
is
kick.
really harsh.
That's stiff.
And it goes the way of Keith. We don't want to bag the umpires, but that was not a great decision.
As kick goes down the line, underneath this was Castledine, affected the contest, still no mark though. Mitcham have the numbers around this ball, but it's a win for South Belgrave. Just a ball up right on the paint of 50 out here for the Saints, who are kicking to the right of your radio dial. The Tigers to the left out here at Tormore Reserve as the ball's tossed back up. Baklava, the backwards tap to Samuel Carney. Clearing kick from Riley Nicholas. Lachlan with the fly. Immediately played on to Jesse Cherry. No one inside forward 50. He just bolts it onto the boot. Robertson in a one-on-one against Parenti. There's always danger looming with Parenti as Robertson tapped it out. And the umpire will call for a boundary throw into the displeasure.
That was fair. That was fair enough. Parenti pushed him as he was touching the ball, and that got the momentum of the ball going to the boundary.
I was interested to see how the umpire was
could
going to
have
go.
gone against him, but it was the right decision.
I thought Parenti might have been penalised.
As Garner got the tap out to Costa, managed to get a kick away.
Jackie's wedding invitation. She was over.
Oh, it's a wedding invitation.
As there's a free kick, and it's going to go to Mitcham. I'm not too sure what's happening here. It's all happening out here at Tormore Reserve.
Something about a wedding invitation.
And Mitcham have got an open invitation for a goal out here. It's Samuel Carney.
Brash, you mentioned Carney having a lot of the football in this ground. I think that he's just got underneath the skin of some of those South Belgrave players.
As Carney comes in, will probably kick from just inside the 50-metre arc on a bit of an angle. It's drifting to the right. Will stay there. Plenty of players parked underneath this on the ground. Cherry! Mitcham have the lead again. 6-6-42. South Belgrave 6-4-40. 26 and a half minutes gone here in this third quarter.
Well, the longer this game goes and the way that Mitcham is staying in the contest, it gives them more and more belief, and it just saps the energy of South Belgrave a little bit, Ray.
Well, look, there was 3 defenders went to mark that ball right on the line there. One of them should have stayed down.
At the moment, South Belgrave just don't look like that they can ping at the moment.
Well, they certainly don't look like a side that's undefeated.
So Cherry, it was, he got the goal. And someone you would have, as Ray said, really should have put that through for or knocked it out of bounds, or whatever the case may be. But no time to restart the game. The siren goes, and Mitcham have stolen the lead right on three-quarter time. And what a last quarter we're in for in this big Division 1 Grand Final. Three-quarter time, it is Mitcham by 2, 6-6-42 to 6-4-40. We'll be back before we go to the break. Here's Josh with the goal kickers.
Taylor Garner added another goal in that quarter. He now has 4, as Tim Smith has 2. Whilst for Mitcham, it's Jake Parenti with 3 singles to Samuel Carney, Tom Lovell and Jesse Cherry. We're going to go to a break here. We are set up for a grandstand finish in the Division 1 Grand Final. It's the Tigers leading 42, South Belgrave 40.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet.
Pee, poo and paper.
Pee, poo and paper.
No,
Some
you won't.
wet wipes
Oh, you
and
won't get that again.
antibacterial wipes say
I don't
that
think
you
you'll
can
get that
flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin.
Deakin Uni,
To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the
Dylan
Baroni
Dow,
Football
come
Netball
on.
Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Coming back.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Division 1 Senior Grand Final out here at Tormore Reserve, and we are set up for a finish of epic proportions between South Belgrave and Mitcham. It's the Tigers that lead, but just by 2 points, 6-6-42 to 6-4-40. Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Brett Beston. It has been an epic contest. Momentum swings left, right and centre. It's going to be an exciting finish, isn't it?
It is going to be an exciting finish, and you just get sense that Mitcham will start once again in that latter half of the third quarter. You ran Carney and Cherry. They were starting to run through the midfield, and they were starting to break open that South Belgrave midfield, and they were starting to get the ball into their forward 50. And even though they haven't put it on the scoreboard, you almost feel like it's ominous, Ray.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate the work of Big Danny Belgrave in the ruck. He has been absolutely 3 quarters of magnificent football. 100%. They look as though they've got belief, Mitcham, now.
Yeah.
They have got belief in the last couple of minutes. With that goal right at the end of the quarter, well, look, it's in Galliott's hand now to pull something out of the fire.
They've also got the lion's share of the supporters out here today.
Just look at the
There's yellow and
supporters.
black scarves everywhere, so they're very up and about.
Just look at the supporters out here as well. There is probably 4-figure numbers out here at Tormore Reserve. It's quite magnificent, and the crowd is only really, I feel like it's grown throughout this, not just the day, but throughout this contest. It's quite remarkable, but South Belgrave, they are capable of just flicking that switch. We keep saying it, and just kicking 3 goals in only a matter of minutes. Tim Smith is capable of doing that as well. It'll be interesting to see what Luke Galliot has to say after that 3-quarter time address. I believe Dylan Smith is down there as we may cross down to him shortly. It's going to come down to the likes of Tim Smith, to Taylor Garner to really step up. Garner has done brilliantly with the 4 goals, all 1 in each quarter as well. And as we go down boundary side to Dylan Smith, who is with Luke Galliot.
Yeah, I'm here at boundary side with Luke Galliet. Luke, you threatened to break the game open there in the third quarter, but they really wrestled their way back into the contest and got on top there at the end.
They just started winning clearance, and they were buying our drive and run from clearance, and it sort of softened us, and just couldn't really get anything going. So credit to them. We'll sort of play between the arcs, but they're the one who's got the scoreboard reward in the end, in that second half of the quarter. But it was still pretty evenly balanced, obviously. Yeah.
You mentioned that clearance dominance that they had. Is there any plan to get some of those forwards maybe higher up the ground, like a Tim Smith or a Garner?
Yeah, you'll see Tim's going on the footy now, so that won't be for the whole quarter. But yeah, we'll certainly try and get some spike from that. But we just need to get all our forwards. So we just work a little bit harder, but still lowering our eyes and making good decisions going forward and taking advantage of that. So.
One final quarter of footy for you as coach of South Belgrave. What was your message to the boys there?
Just don't die wondering. Yeah, just give effort. You know what I mean, as they always have in my time here, and I'm sure they will. Like, they won't die wondering. You watch our boys responding this nice when we get it done. So.
Thanks for your time, Luke.
Thank you to Dylan Smith down there. And there is Tim Smith right in the middle as we cross down to JB and the Noodles in the Mitcham huddle.
It was indeed. Neil was very happy with that quarter. He said the pressure was awesome. He said they were happy with scoring from chaos balls going forward. They want to cover the corridor as much as they can and cut off South Belgrave's ability to switch, not let them get any easy balls going forward. And for this quarter, it's going to be all about territory for the Tigers.
Brett Beston to get us on the way in the final quarter of the Division 1 Grand Final.
So we've finally got a decent Grand Final as the first hit out is won by Garner. He's had a colossal day. They go forward inside 50, back there, the ball bouncing around awkwardly. Just the 2 points in it at the moment, so which way is this going to go? Who knows? As Costa gets it, belts it up the line. At the moment, it's Mitcham, though, that have the momentum, that South Belgrave got enough side to wrestle it back, but they're once again under a lot of pressure as Mitcham stream forward. So first goal of this term, or even the first couple of goals, is going to be really important.
And Brace, that ball out of defence there, it was Ryan Silver that punched the ball forward so they were able to clear it, South Belgrave.
So I'm going to throw it in. Sun streaming across Tormore Reserve, and this is the last quarter of football for these two sides, and it goes. Belgrave got the tap, ball on the ground, but they falls forward Costa, I think it was, who just bangs it inside 50. Where are the big men? Punched away there well by Elms. Comes out of defence, and it's probably going to come back, you would think. Over there at the moment is Peters. So Charlie just loses possession of the football, and they're close to the boundary, and Ryan it is who takes it out. So in the tackle of Hello of the Jackson variety. So umpire to throw it in again on the far side of the grounds.
Couldn't look more unalike, could Jackson Hallow and Nick Hallow as well, by the way. As the ball tossed back into play. Garner got the tap down looking for Liam Kidd. It only found the hands of Lou, who was under immense pressure. Down the line, the Tigers go. Pizzazz got a handball away, but into the hands of Tim Smith, who's pinged. And it'll be Nick Hallow that receives this free kick. Had a really good game as the former Basin man. Goes down the line. Smythe with the fly out the back. They have the numbers through South Belgrave. Robertson high up and under handball to Charlie Peters. Looking down the line for Bryce Hards, who was taken high and pushed his Mitcham opponent in. Picked up was Alex Barnes-Smith off the ball, but Hards, former Upper Gully Premiership man, goes down the line and finds Braden Ryan. It's a true centre wing right in front of a couple of South Belgrave supporters as he goes to the half-forward flank. Plenty of flyers back. Lava just tapped it forward. Hallow looking for Nicholas Caulfield. Uren bustling his way through. Jackson Hallow did really well and somehow kept it in. Will it stay in now? It doesn't. Jesse Cherry takes it out of bounds. Or is there a free kick being paid? There is. And it's going to go in the direction of Jesse Uren.
Not sure what was going on there, but I'm sure Mitcham won't care as they send the ball forward. Mark taken there by DeVellin. DeVellin goes inside 50, or just about, over towards the far side. Where's Parente? There he is there. Got worried off the footy there by Robertson. He did pretty well in the end, but he's got it back. Parente on the left foot. It's a goal!
No, it's not.
He's missed.
He's missed.
Unbelievable. Jake Parente, I think he thought all his Christmases had come at once, but he's missed it. That's a huge miss. So it's a point, and it keeps Mitcham on attack, but how big's that going to be? 43-40, and South Belgrave bring it back in.
As Walls goes to the far side. Good strong hands from Caden Black at the half-back flank here.
Got an updated score from Bayswater. Vermont 10-5, Doncaster East 5-5.
So handy advantage there for the Eagles. Not going to go too early though, as to say they've got this spot in the grand final. As Braden Ryan down the line to centre wing, he goes. Garner the big target. Smith with the punch forward. Uren with the kick out of thin air. Carney affected the contest, but gives away the free kick. And it'll go in the direction, I think, of Braden Ryan. Yes, it does. Who's had a good start to this final quarter. It's the former Eastern Ranger. Goes to Kane Black, another one with Coates Talent League experience with the Oakley Chargers, as he goes inside 50 to Garner! Taylor Garner with the big mark. Here's a chance for his fifth and to give South Belgrave the early lead here in this final quarter.
One thing that South Belgrave haven't been able to do for most of the afternoon, Ray, because of Mitcham, they haven't been able to hit their targets on a regular basis.
No, look, the pressure by Mitcham, onto the ball carrier has been really good.
As in comes Garner, will kick from right on the 50-metre arc. It's drifting to the left. Stays there. South Belgrave 6-5-41. Mitcham 6-7-43. That's Garner's second behind of the game. We've played 4.5 minutes here in this final quarter.
So both sides have missed their chances today. I guess you can't blame them in this game. Of course, there's a few nerves, way more than normal. There's a bit of a let-off, though, as May prepares to bring it back in for Mitcham. Margin is 2 points. The grand final, this is turning into one of the better ones we've seen as the ball goes out towards the fast of the broadcast side. One by South Belgrave. Oh, smother there. Great work. Here's a chance. Falling for Lachlan. He's taken. Is that a high tackle? What does the umpire say? Yep, free kick goes away of Mitcham. So Lachlan goes quickly down the line. Up they fly. Ball goes forward. Pick it up there was Hallow of the Nick variety. Pokes one inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? Parente did, but he ran out of room, and it's out of bounds.
Boundary.
As we get out of the boundary with Dylan Smith.
This is actually Jared.
Jared.
That's all right. There was no actual free kick paid. Everyone stopped assuming that it was a free kick, including Ryan Silver, the apparent infringer, and the umpire just called play on.
Still in Mitcham's attacking 50 as ball will be tossed back into play. Plenty of nerves around Tormore Reserve as Lovell got front position. Liu read the tap well. Taken out of bounds. Could have been deliberate. Wasn't. That was off the hands of Daniel Hwex. Get a boundary throw in. Just need true centre wing on this broadcast side. Plenty of supporters out here once again as Baklava only found Peters wide. Campbell was intercepted by Baklava. Go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just on Ryan Silver, that player that was the apparent infringer. I saw him at three-quarter time and he looked in an awful lot of pain, getting some treatment from the trainer, and just he's a watch for this quarter for sure.
So Garner might have got that one as the ball is on the ground. He goes in and gets it second time. Has a bit of a hack. It misses completely. And it's all massively untidy, and the umpire says we'll ball it up. So it's just 2 points in it. Mitcham lead. Went into this game as heavy underdogs, but they've been very good soccer. Now, that's the second time that's happened as the ball goes forward. Now, what's the umpire playing here? It's going to be free kick to South Belgrave. No, there's a few strange decisions starting to happen as Walls gets it forward. Mark not taken. Falls there for Peters, who pokes it forward to a contest. Riley Nicholas did really well, but he's going to be taken to the ground by Smith, but no prior there. And the umpire says we'll ball it up.
You'd almost feel, Ray, that whoever gets 2 goals in front's going to win this.
Going to win that, yeah.
I'd say so. Umpire to ball it up. There's the Morrison coming over the top. They get it forward, Mitcham. Out of problems. Garner comes over the top and punches it out. The umpire's whistle goes, and we'll have a throw in on this broadcast side.
Having said that, Brash, the way the game's going, they might not be 2 more goals in.
No.
I won't be surprised if only 1 more goal is kicked after this, because it has been a defensive scrap. I might say that, and there's goals will come as Walls will get this ball forward. He won't. It's out of bounds on the full.
It might just to be about next goal wins the way it's going at the moment.
You could be right, Paul.
I reckon you are right. I reckon you are right as well, Paul. We've only played 7.5 minutes in this final quarter, though.
Especially if Mitcham get the next goal.
Even if it's South Belgrave, they'll have the momentum behind them. Mitcham have proven they can respond, but it might be a bit of an uphill battle if the Saints do kick the first goal of this final quarter. It still hasn't come after 8 minutes in this term. Just the one behind for each side. 6-7-43 Mitcham. South Belgrave 6-5-41.
And they've still got to kick that goal, South Belgrave.
As Wex goes to true centre wing on this broadcast side. Pizzazz parked underneath this. Did really well to make a contest. You ran up against Daniel Wine. Might still get hands on this ball. He doesn't. In fact, it's Liu. They got it to Charlie Peters. Up he goes inside 50, and what a mark. Riley Nicholas, he's had a good couple of minutes. Goes to Nick Hallow on this broadcast side. Lovell, the big target at true centre wing. Pizzazz as well. Blue affected the spoil and got it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
So Nick Hallow doing some good work there. He's been very good today for Mitcham. As the umpire gets set to throw it on the far side. I don't know about you guys, but I'm as nervous as. It's really touch and go out here as the ball is thrown in. Morrison got the tap down. Cherry bangs it forward. This game on a knife edge, and he's found a man too. Number 14 of Smythe. 22 goals for Jesse this year. He tries to go to the hot spot, but beautifully cut off by Ryan running back, and the opportunity is wasted. Oh! It's not a great kick, and he's kicked it straight to Pareche, who played on. It must have been touched. That was a strange piece of play. It's out towards the boundary, and what's going on here? Let's go to the boundary to Dylan Smith to try and put some light on it.
Jared again here,
Jared, sorry.
No, Jesse Smythe took the mark in the pocket there. It didn't go over the boundary line. The umpire was right there. It's called a mark, and he's going for goal.
Mass confusion. Well, this is a massive kick. This could be the premiership if he kicks this.
If he kicks this, he's going straight to the faithful out there.
Jesse Smythe. The crowd will go right off if he gets this. It's on its way. He's looking, he's missed. But nonetheless, it's another point on the board. So the margin out to 3 points. 6-7-44 to 6-5-41. Who wants this game? Nobody at the moment.
It's his third behind, Jesse Smythe. He's had his chances, just hasn't been able to convert as Darcy Walls again on kick-in duty. He's being rolled up by that Mitcham crowd. The fly from behind from Duvalin. It was Mitch Garner with the strong hands in front. Got Morrison down the line. He might get his hands on this. He doesn't. It's Kidd with a nice backwards handball. Morrison was wrapped up. Mitcham upping the pressure. Wex tap forward. Umpire calls high, and he'll get this free kick. Will Wex.
Both sides are making mistakes here at the moment in their pursuit for the ball.
Maybe nerves are playing a factor, or the pressure is starting to up the ante from both sides as down the line Mitcham go. Cherry, Smythe might run onto this, picks it up cleanly. Here's his goal!
Oh,
no, it's not! His fourth behind.
He should have gone to drop punt. He went to banana. He should have just gone for the drop punt. Use your left foot.
Jesse Smythe is keeping South Belgrave in this. 6-9-45 to 6-5-41 after 11 minutes here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think South Belgrave used one of their get-out-of-jail cards.
I agree with you, Ray. I have no idea why he didn't go left foot. He obviously probably hasn't got a great one, but that could have been the game. As South Belgrave bring it back in. Mark taken there by Lovell. The big man flies high. 45-41. We've had 11 and a half minutes of this final term, turning into a cracking contest as they go inside. Where are the big men? Up they fly. Look at all the South Belgrave bodies. It's a snapper goal. It's there. Lachlan's put it through. That's the one they wanted. Mitcham. Lachlan finally gets on the scoreboard today, and look at him go off.
That is a very, very important goal here.
That's an opportunistic goal. Much like Taylor Garner, one of Taylor Garner's goal today is...
The question now is fair and square on South Belgrave. This is your moment. What have you got left?
They haven't really been in this position, even when they've been trailing at three-quarter time. We go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, there's just a noticeable, around the footy, the ground ball and the contested footy, it's all Mitcham at the moment. They just want it more.
As there's a whistle, it's a Mitcham free kick. It's going to Tom Lovell. Immediately plays on to Huex. Got a short option on, uses him. The mark taken, wheels onto his right. That was Byron Wright. Picks up the ball. Deep inside 50, looking for Smythe. Now here's a chance to kick, finally, his first goal. Immediately plays on, looking for Parenti. Not 15, says the umpire. South Belgrave get the tap forward. It's Cherry, though, who was wrapped up by Liu. Another missed opportunity.
Why wouldn't you go for the shot? Why, honestly, why wouldn't you go for the shot there?
His confidence is low. 4 behinds. He's missed so many chances.
Smythe did that in a game on game day up at Montrose. He tried that sort of thing in the last quarter and made 2 crucial mistakes that gave Montrose the game. He's doing that again this afternoon. He needs to take responsibility.
Nothing wrong with a kick. It's just that it didn't go 15 metres to Jake, who would have gone back and he could have iced the game.
Yeah, but he should have gone for shot for goal.
He should have. Just a complete lack of confidence. Up it goes. They're on attack, though, as the ball is knocked out of the stoppage. Pressure on, taken by Walls.
And even if he'd taken the shot, even if he missed, it would have taken some valuable time off the clock.
Good call, Paul. So 10 minutes gone. If Mitcham get the next one, I reckon he can almost put the glasses down. There's the ball into the contest. What's going to be paid here? Free kick. It's a high tackle. So Mitcham are going to go back, and it's Barton. Is that Barton Smith? Lachlan, sorry. He kicked the last one, and this is a massive moment in this game. This is going to make it a 16-point lead. So Mitcham on the verge of a famous upset here. We won't go too early, but we've had 14 minutes, and with all the momentum, the crowd behind them.
I don't know whether South Belgrave have got the run rate to get back into this contest.
So Lachlan, he kicked the last one. This will make it a very, very difficult position for South Belgrave. I'm not going to put the mockers on him, but he should kick it. He's missed.
Oh, no.
I have put the mockers on him. Oh boy, that was huge. That would have been the game there, but South Belgrave lives to fight another day.
They're keeping South Belgrave in this.
I'm getting flashbacks from last night from Harry Mackay as he goes down the line. To South Belgrave, Smith gets hands on this ball, over the top, looking for Bryce Hart. They've got green grass ahead of them, but Zach Helms in the way. Solid brick wall in defence. Vion McArdle, who was wrapped up by Tim Smith.
Even Tim Smith's starting to get a bit frustrated here.
He'll need to vent his frustration by getting it inside 50 for the Saints. He's up in this ruck contest. Applies the tackle alongside Aidan Kidd on David McArdle, and another stoppage. Still in the attacking half of the Saints, who quickly moved it from defence to attack after that play as Baglava got the tap to McArdle. Had a bit of it the last couple of minutes. Smith off the ground, he went. Looking for Bartels, couldn't do anything. Neither could Smith. Ping balling around, and we'll get a ball up here.
And umpire says, give it to me.
So, umpire to throw it up. We've had 15 and a half minutes gone. That last miss from Lachlan, how crucial is that going to be? They've still got all the momentum, Mitcham. You still feel they're in the box seat.
Boys, don't let anybody tell you that a grand final is just another game of football.
Yeah, that's right.
All that pressure on everyone kicking for goals.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of mistakes today and some kicks that during the regular season, 9 times out of 10 would have gone through. So Garner gets the tap down to Peters, a kid, sorry. Now they come forward inside 50. Plenty of defenders there, but the ball comes out to Mitcham, and they'll get it out of defence, just slamming it out towards the far side. Here's a chance. They're out here. Is that Nicholas? I can't quite see it. Little kick forward. Right. So it's
it's
a goal! It's gone through for a goal!
I think that was Byron North there.
So And there's a goal, and that surely it's Byron Wright, who just banged it forward in the hope that someone would be there. But the ball just kept bouncing, and Byron Wright's probably just iced the game.
I think you might be right, Besto, because South Belgrave, they've only scored one behind in this quarter. Mitcham, they've kicked 2 goals. They've had their opportunities, but they have all the momentum behind them. They lead 8-10-58 to 6-5-41. Still plenty of time in this final quarter, though. We go back up in the middle. Garner took it out of ruck, but was wrapped up by Lovell and Cherry.
This is shades of Kilsyth and Surrey Park last weekend. South Belgrave have not been able to get on the scoreboard in the second half.
As Baglava again took it out of ruck. How many times has he done that today? Applied the tackle on Tim Smith.
They just cannot get any free contest at all, South Belgrave.
Those bigger bodies might actually be getting tired as Baglava, speaking of big bodies, and big fist forward. Gets it to centre half forward for the Tigers, but South Belgrave do well to clear. Ryan bounced in favour of him, out the back. Mitcham have the numbers, although South Belgrave do well to keep it in. Ryan down the line looking for Kidd. Liu's been swung up forward. Aiden Kidd will apply the tackle on Riley Nicholas, who's had a magnificent final quarter. And we'll get a ball in just outside the South Belgrave attacking 50. If they want to stay alive, they need a goal in a minute or two. They've only kicked 6 for today, but we know what they're capable of up in that forward line with Tim Smith and Taylor Garner as the ball about to be tossed back into play. Liu thrown into ruck now. Got back position, still got the tap down. Hards bustling his way through, couldn't do anything. Uren got the kick down the line. Garner with hands on this ball. Got rid of it, but only into the hands of Byron Wright, who goes to centre half forward. It was well read by Ryan Silver as he looks to immediately play on.
So they go down the middle of the ground as they have to do. They've got to take the game on now. That's going to be a high tackle. That's what the umpire says. No.
Yes.
Getting a bit willing, and there it is. A free kick going the way of Jackson Hallow. Ducked ahead and took one high.
I could go with, is it me you're looking for?
You've been waiting for that all day, Brush. Goes out wide. It's in the hands of Wex. Lionel Richie popping up here in the commentary today. So 17-point lead for Mitcham. They're going to be hard to stop as they go down the line. And there he is again, Jackson Hallow. I'm surprised he can see with all that hair. So my job, not the best one to talk about here, is Hallow gets it now and puts it forward on the boot. Goes down the line. If they get the next one, it's really all over. But a great mark, defensive mark, taken back there by Garner. Colossal day. He really has played superbly, Mitch Garner. But it may well be for nothing as he chips it out wide and finds Peters. Peters with the ball. It's just going to go back. They can't be going back. They've got to go forward. No point doing that. In the hands of Roberts, and Robertson goes right across the ground. Finds a teammate, Nuku. Haven't called his name too much today. Down the line. Over there on the far side, the mark is taken by Ryan. So, little short chip up the line. Mark is taken, so they're just chipping it around at the moment in the hands of Wines.
As he looks to go inside 50 now, Daniel Wind. Smith from behind! Umpire call, he paid the mark.
This is a big kick.
He's
hurt.
This is the moment for Tim Smith to step up, and he is hurt. It might be that right leg of his that looks a little bit ginger, but Tim Smith is the only goal kicker alongside Taylor Garner for the Saints today. They've shut out the options in attack while Mitcham...
He looks all right.
Gets back up on his feet and will kick from just inside the 50-metre arc on only a little bit of an angle. The leading goal kicker for Division 1 this season comes in now and gets the goal. Big goal, Tim Smith. 7-5-47. Mitcham 8-10-58. 20.5 minutes gone here in this final quarter.
Cometh the man, cometh the hour.
They could. Is there going to be enough time for...
they need another one very quickly.
Yeah,
South Belgrave.
For another one.
Yeah, I think it might be crammed for Smith because I reckon he just downed the pickle juice there, but nonetheless he's kicked a goal.
They need another goal within the next minute and a half, I feel, South Belgrave.
I tell you what, if they get another one quickly, suddenly Mitcham might start to get the collie wobbles here as the umpire gets set to throw it up in the middle. 11-point margin. They're still in the box seat, the Tigers. There's a ball trying to get it out there with Cherry, but South Belgrave are going to go forward again. How does it bounce? Trying to get hands on over there was Kidd. Ball socket forward. That's Lachlan with a good little handball out, and it's out towards the boundary. Picked up over there by Robertson, who runs out of room. And the umpire says we'll throw it in. So grand final for the First Division. Getting down to the pointy end very much with probably, who knows, maybe 4 minutes left. It's hard to tell as the umpire throws it in. Wrestling there was Garner, and in the end he got the hit out, knocks it forward. If they need to get another one really in the next 60 seconds to have a chance, as it's taken out of bounds there by Glossop.
They actually cannot afford to give a free kick away in this forward 50 zone here, South Belgrave.
So umpire to throw it in far side.
Just outside the 50-metre arc for South Belgrave as they look to get another one quickly. As we keep saying, Garner only found the hands of his Mitcham opponent, who goes down the line to centre wing. There's no free kick paid. Smythe just tried to garnish a handball out of on the ground. He wrapped up his opponent alongside Samuel Carney, and we'll get a ball up here. 22 minutes gone. You'd think there wouldn't be too long because of only a couple of goals kicked in this final quarter. There's been plenty of stoppages though as the ball tossed back up. Wolves with the tap well, but only found the hands of Jake Parente, who's playing higher up now. Takes his time on the mark. Maybe now's the time for Mitcham to take the full 30 seconds as he goes down the line. Jesse Cherry with the big mark.
It's had a big second half, Cherry. He played well in the first half, but he really upped his ante in that third quarter, along with Carney and Uran.
He needs the pickle juice as well. He's got a cramp.
Maybe a bit of cramp there as the spoil there on Byron Wright by Jay Robertson forces the ball out of bounds right in front of the Mitcham faithful, which is parked at this Baronia Road end of Tormore Reserve, and they will be up and about, especially if they're able to hang on here. Ball toss back into play. Garner, the tap down, looking for Charlie Peters, nothing doing. Byron Wright, shrugged past two, couldn't keep it in. Umpire will call for it again.
I'm saying around 26, 27 minutes this is going to go.
So if that's the case, still time for South Belgrave, but they're going to have to get it down the other end pretty quickly. Mitcham in the box seat, Belgrave, Lukey. He got pushed out of the way, surely free kick. No, the umpire says play on. It's fallen there for South Belgrave, but they went past it. Riley Nicholas just dives on it. It says, I'm just happy to force a stoppage here because that's going to be in our best interests. So 11-point margin, nearly 24 minutes gone. Division 1 grand final here at Tormore Reserve. No one wins the hit out that time. It fell into the hands for a moment for Uran. And there's a free kick here, and it's going to Mitcham, I think, judging by the roar from the crowd. So it's going to be Cherry. So Jesse Cherry, he really has been colossal in the second half. In fact, no, it's going to be Uran, but it doesn't matter who gets it because Mitcham have got the football. Chip out wide finds Wex. They are in no hurry, Mitcham, and fair enough too, because they've got a 2-goal lead as the ball goes inside 50. Up they fly. It might have been a Falcon there as the ball goes out towards the boundary. Still in, and eventually it's a cross. So another minute or so wasted, and about another minute or so less that South Belgrave have got to try and win this game.
And at the wrong end of the ground for South Belgrave.
As the ball tossed back into play, they need to move this ball quickly if they are still to be a chance. The Saints as Wolves looking for Taylor Garner and Bysides. It's falls short of both of them. Garner might still get hands on this ball, got the handball away. Found a teammate in Caden Black. On his non-preferred, looking for Connolly, who's been swung up forward. Chopping of the arm, says the umpire, to the displeasure once again of the Mitcham faithful. Dangerous kick inboard. Mitcham have 2, but the South Belgrave 1 win out, and that is Trent Castledine. Will have to immediately play on. Wheels onto his right. Smith dropped the mark. Did really well, did the Mitcham defender. And Jackson Glossop is able to clear. Chip over the top, finds Josh May, who'll take some more time off the clock. Goes down the line to true centre wing, far side. Right parked underneath this. He's had a couple of big moments in this final quarter. Walls picks up the ball, got the handball away to Liam Kidd. Short chipping ball over the top. Finds a teammate as a hush comes over out here at Tormore Reserve. Inboard he goes, looking for Darcy Walls, and does. Inside 50, plenty of players, including Tim Smith underneath this. Mitcham have the numbers on the ground. May got the handball away to Jake Parente, who's been swung down back, and the kick is shanked. It's still kept in. Lachlan might be able to run onto this. He does, and he elects to go backwards. Takes some more time off the clock, but his teammate played on, and invites another South Belgrave inside 50. Caden Black looking in the direction of Smith and Garner. Out the back, it's Mitcham that have the composure to clear their lines.
So Mitcham bringing out of defence again, looking for Lachlan, who went up high, but a really courageous mark taken there by Castle. Sorry, it's not Castle 9, it's Walls. I just saw the 7, so they go back inside 50. Great mark! Mitcham just repelling everything that South Belgrave throw at them at the moment.
I tell you what, that defence of Mitcham in this last 10 minutes has been absolutely amazing.
Lovell it was. He got back to take the mark. He's been colossal today. Goes out wide trying to find Belgrave, who's there, but he can't get hands on it. And that'll be another stoppage. And there can't be long to go. 26 and a half minutes gone. Maybe 60 seconds tops. And that's not going to be time. Up they go again. Morrison, who's been one of their best players, South Belgrave today. Ball on the ground. They get hands on it through Blake, and it goes out of bounds. And it's a free kick. Mitcham faithful enough. I didn't think it was going to be paid, but it has been paid, and it's going the way of right.
This is going to be a famous victory for the Mitcham Football Club. A famous victory.
So, Rash, you go back to the one where they beat Ringwood too.
So they came into this game as the biggest underdogs after an unbeaten season by the Saints, but it's all turned around. Robertson gets it forward. Ball on the ground there for the contest, diving on it is Lovell, and he'll be happy to force a stoppage. Near enough into the middle of the ground. We've had 27 and a half minutes gone in this last term.
I almost feel there's only one player for South Belgrave that can keep them in the contest, and he can't get his hands on the ball.
Some of those South Belgrave players, they looked absolutely gassed, as do the Mitcham players.
Couldn't be too much time left.
Umpire calls time on once again as Baglava only got it down to South Belgrave man, and Lou, he'll have to go back quickly.
Is there another twist in the tail here?
He comes in now just inside the 50-metre arc. There could be. There might be.
Oh, no.
It's Tyrese Lou. You'd think there'd be not too much longer left, but that keeps South Belgrave in it. 8-5-53, 8-10-58. That's Lou's first goal of today.
Well,
can you believe this?
It can't be long to go. That's the only thing that Mitcham have on their side. But South Belgrave would have to win it virtually out of the stoppage. We have no idea how long there is to go.
And I think there's only one player that can kick the winning goal for South. Two players.
Rash, I think even at this stage, Mitcham are doing enough to win this game.
So they just need to win it out of the middle. Up they fly. Lovell got the tap. It's over! It is over! And Mitcham have caused a colossal upset out here at Tormore Reserve. And they are premiers for 2023.
We're from Tigerland, a fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and skin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tigerland.
He has been at Mitcham for 10 years. They signed him on for 2 more years in the future, and now he's won the premiership.
He's won a third premiership now, has Neil Winterton, and it's another classic grand final for the Mitcham Football Club. They won it in 2015 in Division 2, or as it was back then, Division 3. They won it in 2019 in Division 2, and now they're Division 1 premiers. Remarkably, their first premiership in the second tier of the EFNL. They've won all their premierships in Division 2/3 and Premier Division. It's quite remarkable what they've been able to do, and the rise is pretty much complete.
Who would have expected this in South Belgrave? As I said earlier, finals are completely different to your home and away season. No matter what you've done during the home and away, the finals teams start even.
Sparrow thought for Luke Kelly in his last game in this charge of the South Belgrave Elton. What a victory by Mitcham. They came into this game, backs to the wall stuff. They had their moments. They looked on at one stage through that third quarter, but they just kept fighting back. And that is a famous victory. And Neil Winton, one of the real nice guys in football, says his third premiership. Fantastic performance by him and his team.
I think it might be one of the the sweetest premierships for Neil Winterton, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, it certainly would be. You know, look, I can go back to when I was at Bayswater, 12, 15 years ago, and Mitcham, they were a powerhouse in Division 1. You went down to Mitcham and play a game of football back in those days. You played a game of football, and they've fought their way back now. It's a pity they won't go up because there's no promotion, but they can fight another day next year.
They can go back to back. They've got the potential because they're still such a young side with a bit of experience as well,
and the fact that a premiership brings players that want to
people are going to want to play for them.
Yeah. Well, they can do what Donny East did a couple of years ago when they won the flag, didn't go up and they turned around and won it. And you're right about the players, because players will want to come to this club. They're a great club, and today, I mean, their supporters have turned up in droves. Fantastic atmosphere, and that's just a great victory.
And they've got the depth as well, even if they. And I don't expect them to, even if they lose players, because their reserves made another grand final. That they obviously lost that on that day, but it's quite remarkable what the Mitcham Tigers have been able to build in Division 1 in the last couple of years. Let's go through the goal kickers. It was just 3 goal kickers for South Belgrave in the end. That was Tyrese Liu, the last goal of the day, with pretty much no time to spare. Taylor Garner with 4, Tim Smith with 3. Whilst for Mitcham, it was Jake Parenti with 3 goals, all coming in the first 3 quarters. Singles to Byron Wright, Samuel Carney, Tom Lovell, Guy Lachlan, and Jesse Cherry. I'll just say on Guy Lachlan as well, he really stepped it up. He stepped it up when the game was in the balance and provided the assist for, I think, that final Mitcham goal, and got a goal in that final quarter as well.
Yeah, that goal that he kicked towards the end there, that was virtually the goal that probably iced the game.
And boys, we talk about the last quarter, but I'm going to go back to the third quarter, because Samuel Carney in that third quarter, he just caused so much havoc for South Belgrave. And he was another great player.
I thought Jesse Cherry was as well.
Oh, yeah. Over 4 quarters, Jesse Cherry was very good.
And Nick Hello as well, he was fantastic as well.
I've got another score update from Bayswater. Vermont 13-7-85, leading Doncaster East 8-7-55.
So all I'll say, Brash, is look out next week.
The Brasher Baird Cup again.
No, get it right, the Baird Brasher Cup. We've got to the grand final first.
And that is a final score as well. So Vermont are through to and return to the Premier Division Grand Final, mind you, after only 1 full season, but still.
It seems like they're there every year.
But it's still quite remarkable just what they've been able to do this year, the Eagles. Somewhat like Mitcham, but they've been able to rise back to the top, and that could be a very entertaining contest between Vermont and Roval if the second semi-final is anything to go by. As we've got the drone shot on, you can see just how big just how many numbers of Mitcham supporters are out here at Tormore Reserve. It's quite a sight, and a big shout out to Lee Green as well with the drone shot. Liam Megagreen with the drone shot as well. They've been quite magnificent, not just today, but throughout this final series, and they'll continue to do great as we hopefully get an interview soon. But from a South Belgrave side, I think.
Yeah, look, South Belgrave. So where to now? Luke Galliard, he's finished now. That was his last game. They've got a new coach in next year. It just depends if any of their players decide that they've had enough or not, and I think that they certainly need to recruit, because there's going to be some players that are not going to go on in that side.
Yeah, they just, all of a sudden, when they couldn't get the game on their terms with their runners, they almost looked two-dimensional, didn't they, Ray?
They did. And what you've got to find, if they're going to play Garner and Smith in that forward line, they've got to stop competing against each other.
I agree with that. Because that happened a few times this afternoon, and it worked to the detriment of them. You can't have Taylor Garner and Smith going up for a mark.
There's one player in their side who I thought was absolutely magnificent, and that was Ryan Silver. 4 quarters of very good defensive football.
I thought Conley tried hard as well.
I thought Kidd was very good as well.
Liam Kidd.
He fought tooth and nail in midfield, did Liam Kidd, and proved why he's a 2-time league best and fairest winner.
But it was that midfield of you Wren, your 2 Halos, Cherry. We did say that at the start of the game, that if they started to run on top of the ground in that second half, they were going to create some problems for South Belgrave, and they just kept running. But the thing is, unfortunately for Mitcham, with their mistakes, they kept South Belgrave in the contest.
Well, they did, I know.
Just look at Jesse Smythe, for example. 4 behinds in this contest. if those had all gone through for goals, then it could have been a much more bigger margin. But
well, 8 goals each. But you look at the behinds, and it's 5 extra behind, so it could have been absolutely crucial.
But what the supporters have got to realise also, in a very close, hard-fought grand final, the pressure of goal kicking is absolutely over the top.
Not just in grand finals, but in finals.
No, but in grand finals that are very close in particular.
Yeah, and they were a bit shaky. There was that Guy Lachlan miss as well, which again gave me flashbacks to last night. Harry Mackay with those 2 misses.
Oh, you still won the game. Stop.
I thought you were going to say a hot flush, not a hot flashback.
As players move into position for the post-game ceremony, I'm sure we go down boundary side to Dylan Smith, who has an interview.
Yeah, guys, I've found Jake Parenti down here. It's a bit of a mess. There's a lot of people, and it's been hard to get an interview. Jake, talk us through that one. How did you get it done?
Mate, just a belief, honestly. We had a good look at them first 2 times, and they're a bloody good side. They go 19-0 up until this point. Super impressive, but we had the inner belief, and we just had to execute our game plan, and we luckily did that today.
You came into the finals, you finished 3rd on the ladder, and then you lost that first qualifying final. How much more rewarding does it make the game, I guess, to come from that sort of adversity in the finals and then break through with a win on the grand final day?
Yeah, it's funny because last year we actually were in the opposite position. We won the first final, lost the second to East Ringwood, and then came back. So we had a kind of full circle moment to try and right the wrongs of last year, and we really relished that. And just credit to the boys. We just fought all day, and just can't believe it. Awesome.
The first half you were obviously good and the scores were sort of even, but after half time you came out, you had a different sort of intensity. What was said at half time, and what was the message generally to the players?
Yeah, look, we think we're a good first half team, but we think we're a great second half team. We know Coach at 3/4 time alluded to it, all the running blocks that we did, that we hated over the pre-season, but this is when you reap the rewards, and we just knew we could run over the top of them. And like I said, just credit to the boys for sticking at it and just trusting each other, and we got the job done.
And the last one, just on the whole thing, what it means to the club, all the people of Mitcham, what does this mean to them?
Mate, it's a super club at the top with Macca and just all the volunteers, all the people that put in all the hours. If it's not the best run club in the AFL, it's bloody close. So to all those people, it's really a reward for them, and just happy that the playing group can get the job done.
Any sympathy for your opponents today, an undefeated season and then losing in the grand final?
I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Like I said, we respect them a lot, and we knew it was going to be a tough battle, but in the same breath, we wanted to win, so whatever it takes. Like I said, just credit to the boys for getting the job done and sticking at it.
All right, Jake, go and enjoy the win, get your medal, and well done.
Thank you to Dylan Smith and Jake Parenti, who seems like a very happy man as there continues to be hugs and embraces from all the Mitcham supporters across the ground. What an achievement. And I spoke with Neil Whitterton earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Eastland Division 1 Grand Final presentations. A fantastic contest between 2 great sides of Division 1. Firstly, commiserations to the South Belgrave Football Club. A fantastic season. They fall short today. And the premiers of 2023, the Mitcham Football Club, 8-10-58, defeating South Belgrave 8-5-53. We'll start by welcoming up Dyson Baker to present the Best On Ground medal, the Blue Ribbon medal, from the Mitcham Football Club, the 2023 Best On Ground, number 1, Jesse Cherry. We'll keep Dyson up on stage to present the premiership medals to the premiership side. Starting with our Best On Ground, number 1, Jesse Cherry. Number 3, Jackson Hallow. Number 4, Nick Hallow. Number 6, Alex Barden-Smith. Number 8, Danny Baglava. Number 12, Jake Parenti. Number 13, Zach Elms. Number 14, Jesse Smythe. Number 15, Riley Nicholas. Number 17, Guy Lachlan. Number 18, Tom Lovell. Number 23, Dave McArdle. Number 26, Josh Duvalin. Number 27, Cam Pizzazz. Number 32, Zach Horsey. Number 37, Daniel Wex. Number 45, Josh May. Number 53, Nick Caulfield. Number 66, Sam Carney. Number 76, Byron Wright. Assistant coach, Lockie Ryan. Assistant coach, Carl Barker. Assistant coach, Mark Brindley. The runner, James Quilty. The trainer, Ryan Toohey. The team manager, Matt McCubbin. The footy manager, Darren Skinner. Now welcoming to the stage, Premiership co-captain number 11, Jesse Wren. Joining him on stage, the co-captain, premiership co-captain, number 39, Jackson Glossop. And the premiership coach, Neil Winterton.
Firstly, to the South Belgrave boys, what an outstanding season you guys have had. I know it must be heart-wrenching to come up short on the last day, but I'm sure you guys will bounce back really strong next year, and we look forward to playing you next year. So well done to Luke and Gibbo and the rest of the guys on a fantastic season. To our boys, what an incredible season we've had. Didn't play our best footy for the whole season, but we got it right at the end of the season. And today's effort, right through the final series, to be honest, but today's effort in particular was just incredible. We got a couple of goals down, and we could have given up, but you guys are just unbelievable. And I know there's a number of guys that have won a couple of flags, and you just know how to win. So well done, super effort. To Macca, Skins and Luke and the rest of the committee, thanks for all the support you guys have given me throughout my time. You guys do anything required to make our team the best we can put out on the park, so thank you guys so much for the support. And lastly, to all the Tigers fans, you guys were awesome today. We couldn't have done it without you. And make sure you get back to Walker Park. See you then.
Now to present the Premiership Cup, Dyson Baker, the Division 1 2023 Premiers, the Mitcham Football Club.
Where's the piece? Good down, baby. Where's the piece? Good down. Let's go. Let's go. Where are we at?
Oh, good boy. I didn't do much, but I'll take the medal anyway. I've got back pain, but I'm taking it. Like an 8-year-old. Could be proud.
Get Jacko in there! Where's Jacko in Wakefield? Where you at? Where you at?
I couldn't answer that. Yeah, what have you witnessed? How far Ravens been in all year? And the last day.
We came to this game.
I'm not just the group idea.
It's a special group.
We've done it again.
It's a special group. There's probably like 12, 14 of us. Played 2 years ago, and now we've come across the senior part. I'm in one.
Well done.
Thank you to
He's a bit overwhelmed, isn't he?
Thank you to Jared Beanland, and nice smile there from Mr. Beanland. And I can understand him being pretty happy, Nick, playing alongside his brother. I don't. He might have played with him back when he was at Ferntree Gully, but they wouldn't have played together since probably 2018 when Jackson went across, or was one of many that went across to Mitcham, and then obviously Nick moved on to the Basin, and now he's here at Mitcham, and he adds a premiership to a growing resume, which is a glowing one, really, at such a young age. He's got such unrivaled potential, and he's really fitted in well into this side this year.
But those players that he talked about, they all didn't come at once. No. It was almost like it was a slow progression. Josh, I think it was Jesse Wren and Jackson Halo, I think, that started that off, and then the others just slowly worked into that group over the subsequent years. It's a grand finals like this. Sometimes you've got to have victories for the underdog, because it gives you once again it puts some belief, Brett, back into the system that underdogs can overcome adversity.
And we've seen many great stories over the years. I don't want to keep harping on, but the one that I'd never forget is that 2017 grand final with South Croydon and Vermont. I mean, you couldn't get any money at all. Well, not we're betting, but you know what I mean. For South Croydon, and they came up victories, and it's a great story, and it just means that this great little club that they have got a great tradition, and they've won another one. Neil Winterton's got 3, and it'll be interesting to see. So where do you think they'll go from here, Brash? Do you think they can kick on, or is it sort of the end of this particular run, or do you think they'll build on it?
Definitely not. They've got a young enough group, Brett, and the fact is that I feel that they'll be able to recruit some more players to that club, and I think there's more upside with them than what there is with South Belgrave. That's how I feel.
I mean, there is a bit of upside with South Belgrave. Their 19's made finals, but I see more upside in Mitcham than South Belgrave.
I just think that for South Belgrave to take the next step, some of the younger guys that played today, all right, and kudos to them, 7 of them were from South Belgrave, Listerfield, that I don't know if they were overawed, but they just weren't able to handle the pressure. Well, they will be better for the experience next year. I think with South Belgrave, it's going to depend on those players, the senior players that are playing now, where they're prepared to put the body on the line and go through another pre-season to get back to the summit again.
Well, there's certainly motivation for both sides. South Belgrave, undefeated this year, got beaten in the grand final, so they'll be dead keen to bounce back next year. And of course, Mitcham now have everything to play for because they're the premiers. They'll be the hunted next year, and if they can win the flag next year, suddenly they're in Premier Division. So
how good! I've just been out there, obviously, with the presentations. I love this for a big, powerful club, and they have a massive following base, and they're all out there right now, and they're celebrating. There's some tears.
The supporters were brilliant.
There's some tears. There's a lot of celebration, and I always get emotional when sides win flags, and I'm really, really happy for the Mitcham Football Club.
Well, put it this way: when we go there tomorrow, there'll be a really good vibe there when we hit the hallowed Mitcham turf tomorrow. There'll probably be a few guys sitting there watching the game.
There'll be a few stragglers in the stand from the night before.
There might be a few stray blankets or something like that.
I've got to go over there and set things up tonight. And
I think, but like I said, Mitcham have, they've paid their penance. They've hit rock bottom, but now they're back to where they feel as a club that they should be. And I always remember the times when they were in Division 1 in the early days. It was Mitcham, East Burwood and Vermont. They were the three sides with the three biggest rivalries. And hopefully that rivalry might come to fruition in the next 12 to 18 months.
We'll see if that happens, but they definitely can go back up to Premier Division, and they've got those juniors coming through. They're starting to hit some form, starting to roll out those juniors, and it'd be great to see Mitcham back up in Premier Division. It just feels right.
Tell you one thing, Josh, the bar will take an absolute they will take an absolute fortune tonight.
And who knows, maybe tomorrow as well for the Division 2 Grand Final. Let's touch on that game just briefly, because it's obviously Baronia and Heathmont. It's the Red Hot Jets coming up against the top of the table Hawks, who have been unstoppable all year. Best I don't think either of us will be out there for that game, but just your thoughts.
It'll be a terrific game. I'd love to be out there, but I think the Hawks will get it done.
Yeah.
They've been the best side all year, although, of course, look what's happened today. But, Heathmont will be there or thereabouts. I think it'll be close, but maybe the Hawks by a couple of kicks.
And Brash, Ryan, you'll be calling the action alongside Gav Casey. Brash on special comments again alongside Ray Baird. It's going to be an entertaining contest, I reckon, especially with the form Heathmont are in.
It will be, and like I said, I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair for me. I think both sides...
Different game to this one. Different game to this one.
It's going to be a different game. I think there's going to be a lot of tied guys. I think a lot of energy is going to be expended upon you tomorrow.
And Jared, I believe you'll be out there as well.
I will be on the boundary line. Hopefully it's a little bit better than today, but today wasn't too bad in terms of the weather.
Now, Jared,
very keen to see Heathmont in a grand final, though.
You just have to allow a bit of extra time for the buses, mate.
Pushing it close today.
I was out of breath when I started the call for the reserves grand final.
And you might just want to check it for next weekend as well, mate.
As well, just about wrapping up out here at Tormore Reserve. I'm glad I came out here early with those replacement buses. But Brett Beston, a pleasure to be calling alongside you.
Thanks, Joshy. I really enjoyed the game today. Congratulations to Mitcham. Great win.
You finally got a close one.
Wayne Brasher doing a great job alongside Ray Baird on special comments.
Thank you very much, and thank you from Ray.
And Ryan Long, of course, not doing too much today, but still did a terrific job with the reserves alongside Jared as well.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Sensational 17 for Mitcham, 17 premiership, so fantastic, and a fantastic game as well.
And of course to Lee and Megan Green, and thank you to Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre, Jared Bainland, Dylan Smith on ground level. Lee and Megan Green behind the camera continue to do great jobs.
And my team, there's a cast of thousands out here, so
continue to do a great job. But that does us for the Division 1 Grand Final. Mitcham Division 1 Premiers 58-53.